like the stupid glasses on my face that obviously do not fit my eyes at all. Hello, it's me. I spent an unreasonable amount of time drawing this for how bad they look. It's funny. I'm getting a kick out of it, so that's worth it, you know. That's time well spent on my part. So today, right? Today I had the schedule that I keep only in my mind, right? Because I never publish it anywhere because I don't want to make promises that I won't keep. But today, what I was planning to do was just do a game dev stream like usual, right? Where I just keep working on the game that I've been working on this whole time. But just yesterday, I kind of had the idea of, I wonder if I could make a game before the end of the year. And I was thinking that if I was gonna do that, I probably should have started yesterday, right? But I didn't, because I was feeling lazy. So I'm starting it today instead. Today is the 31st of December, and it is 1 oh my god, it is 1:08 p.m., which means that I have around 11 hours, a little bit less than that, to complete this, and I probably won't spend that long on it anyway, just because I have like New Year's Eve. My brother's gonna make some pork, and I want to have dinner with him. It's gonna be tasty, you know, whatever. So I won't have 11 hours to complete this, but my objective today is to finish a game before the end of the year. Now, it doesn't have to be a good game. It doesn't have to be, you know, a very complicated game. I do have a tendency to overcomplicate things in pretty much in every aspect of anything, right? So the challenge, I guess you could say, that I'm embarking on is being quick. I'm having something that could be called a complete game. It doesn't have to be a long game, but it has to have a beginning and an end, and you know, the stuff that would make it feel like I'm not intending to release a prototype here, right? And I only have 11 hours in theory, but in practice a lot less to do it. It'll probably be closer to 5 hours. So let's see. Will I actually manage, or will I crumble and die? Ooh, the excitement! I bet it's got you tensed up. I bet it's. Ooh, I've never had a hook this good for a kind of stream, huh? Never had something this good before, have I? Games can automatically do that for you when you're playing them. They present their own challenges. Coding streams don't really do that kind of thing usually. I'm pretty chill with this. Okay, so I probably should get started, right? Okay, I'm gonna be doing it in Godot because that's what I've been using lately, and it feels more familiar right this moment. If I'm being honest, I probably should do it in Unity because, like, I have done more games in Unity, but I'm gonna do it in Godot because I'm trying to get better acquainted with the game engine, and you know, throwing yourself headfirst into a dumb challenge like this is probably a good thing as any. The good thing is there's no consequence to this, right? Like this is not like a lot of the school projects that I had where, like, yeah, I have more than just a single day, but ultimately if I don't deliver that, I get a bad grade, and that's consequence for me, right? And this, if I don't deliver on time, then I just don't deliver on time, right? Like it's whatever. So it's no pressure. It's no pressure. Let's try to keep this nice and easy. Okay. Just give me 1 second. Alright, so this should work. Yes, but it's not in the. Why did it? Like, I have that open. Why did it show that? Okay, we're never using the automatic scene switcher again. If that sort of thing can just happen. No, I'm never using it again. What the? Why? Why is it showing? Why is the source for Godot using taking my My browser window. Hello? Alright then. I better test it the whole way. Well, that's not an encouraging start, is it, to this little dumb challenge? Let's hope that that is the only technical difficulty in this entire stream. But I wonder if I'm being heard fine. Hello, hello. The stream output says that I am, so I'm gonna just sort of trust that. Alright. So let's try to focus because time here is really... because time here is really of the essence, huh? Let's see. So first of all is the idea. Now the idea for the game should be something dead simple, right? It should be the kind of thing that I could implement in half an hour at the very basics, right? So the first thing that comes to mind for that is Pong. The second thing is Arkanoid. The third thing would be like some sort of shoot 'em up. A shoot 'em up would be more difficult because with like Arkanoid and things, I get to just set up the scene how I want it. With like some sort of shoot 'em up, I have to like consider enemy placement and variety, right? I could make it so that the game spawns enemies just sort of at random, but like I don't know how time consuming that could be. I definitely would want something that has a bit more of an arcadey feel, something that can just sort of go on endlessly, because that has a better chance to feeling like a complete product, even with very little in the way of like levels and difficulty. Right? Whereas if it's something that has more of a beginning and an end, then I either have to design some progression or just be content with the fact that it's going to be only one level, like 5 minutes of gameplay or however long it takes. However, with something like Arkanoid, you can actually make like a very long one regardless and have it be just fine, right? The other issue is polish. That's usually the kind of thing that takes me the longest in particular. We're gonna do it dead simple, so I'm gonna have very simple graphics, but I would still like it to not just look terrible, right? One thing is gonna be a 2D game, right? Game genres that I'm completely discarding purely based on the time challenge. One, I'm not gonna make a platformer because I don't feel I have time for level design. I'm not gonna make like an RPG because I'm not gonna be having the time to write dialogue. If we're talking like more easy things to do, I probably would want something like an Arkanoid clone, right? But what other things are on the table here? Just normal arcadey games, right? It also would be nice if it was New Year's theme, wouldn't it? That would be sort of the ideal. And when we're talking about arcadey games, the sort of thing that you think of is like very old arcade cabinet games, right? Like Pac-Man or Asteroids or Centipede. I could just make a Snake clone as well. Wouldn't that be a thing? I'm thinking of like that game with the mouse where you have to trap the cats. That could also be a chance, or something like Minesweeper. A card game maybe? That feels like overcomplicated things. I guess an Arkanoid clone, but wouldn't I want to give it some a little bit of a push? Something more like Asteroids, right? Like enemies come bearing down on you. Like a shoot 'em up with one really simple stage. That might be an interesting thing. If I wanted to be New Year's themed, then obviously you would be shooting fireworks, wouldn't you? Yeah, the early decision paralysis is really sinking in, isn't it? Okay, let's let's do an Arkanoid clone, and then I'll add just one mechanic to differentiate it from Arkanoid. Or maybe even not, depending on how long this takes me. Okay, so if we're gonna make an Arkanoid clone, is it that simple? We only need like a paddle that moves left and right, right? That's like that simple thing that we need. So let's create the scene. We need one, well, it's gonna be 2D, right? One 2D scene that is the stage. That goes here. And I'm gonna just create a new folder. This folder is for scenes, just my normal organizational structure I'm setting up here. And scenes in my mind are... Oh shit, what color do I usually make scenes? I think it's just blue. No, it's not blue. How did I forget my own organizational... No, it's purple. That's what I make scenes. Scenes are purple. Yeah, and then I make a new folder. And this is for scripts, and this folder is red. Okay, so we have this stage scene. And we also need like a player, right? So here we go. The player, again, that's simple. The player should just be a square. Right. 2D. This sprite should be like image texture. Can I just make a new one? No. Okay, let's make it I mean, what is it? It's like a canvas texture. How is it in terms of proportion of the screen now? So it should probably be a lot smaller, probably something like this, right? And there's our paddle, right? Just that simple. So that's our player. And now we need this player to sort of, well, one, we need to add it to the stage, right? And so this player should be like here at the bottom of the screen. I need to get a screenshot of like actual Arkanoid so that I can get a good handle on the actual sizes of things, but that'll come a bit later. Okay, so this paddle needs to be able to move left and right, right? Well, first of all, we should actually set this as the default scene. Right, and then let me double check something. Oh, that's weird. There you go, that's the one. And then the automatic scenes. Oh, something's working weird, what the hell? that's how you do it. I'm just fiddling with OBS at this point. Okay, so well, I gotta check another thing. Okay, we're in performance mode. Okay, so that works. We have the pedal. Now we need the pedal to move left and right. That's I can do that super quick. Just go to the input map. You can't see what I'm doing in this window because it's coded weird like that. Left with the A key and with the left key, sure, as well. Why not? Give the player two options. Then right, the D key with the right key. All right, and now we have to make sure that this guy can react to that. So yeah, so on the player we take this, we add a script. We're gonna call it player. Yes, usually I wouldn't do it like this. Usually I would create a movement script that it handles all the movement. Time is of the essence right now, so we're really just trying to do this quickly, right? So on physics process function physics process, we take the input. How do I query input? I always forget this kind of thing. Oh, hold on, let me open let me open a reference from the other project. Yeah, something that reacts to input. All I need is to check that stuff. Player hand state machine movement handler. No, it's the input processor. Okay, where did I put the input processor then? Input. Could be generics if it's not in player. Oh, it's not. It's in the globals, isn't it? Yeah, there it is. Okay. Right, so just for reference, I'm gonna paste this here. This is our own processing input for the other project. Right, so let's see. What do we need? Yeah, this is the function, and then this is the action. So what we need is if input is action just pressed and the action is left, but except we don't want this just pressed because that'll give us just the start, the first frame where the action was pressed. So instead we want whether the action is pressed, is action pressed, and that'll give us true every single frame that this action is pressed, right? And so if this is the case, then we want the object to move a little bit to the right. So position point X, let's say that we have a speed that is like that is something that I export. So at export a variable that is called speed, that is of type float, and then the position X is gonna be minus, because minus is the left direction, so position X is equal to the same position X minus speed times delta, right? And then the same for if the input being pressed is right. And we're gonna ignore analog shit because like that's more effort, and we're going for speed right now, right? So instead of subtracting, you add, right? Exactly like that. And so that should work. That should like that should move to the left and to the right. so long as we give it a speed that is not 0, which is what I see. So let's give it like 20. That might be very slow or very, very quick. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, it moves. That's super slow, but that's just like a matter of making this like 200 instead of 20. Let's say 350. Okay, good, that works. Okay, so that's good, it's a good beginning. So here's the other thing that we want to do. We want to limit this to the borders. We don't want this panel to be able to escape the borders. Wait, shit, that actually might be a good idea for a gimmick. Like this is open world sort of Arkanoid, isn't it? Open world, hold on. Let's keep perspective here. I'm not making an open world gimmick, however gimmicky. I'm not giving open world to a game that I have to finish in less than 3 hours. What am I thinking? Okay, but maybe it loops around, or maybe it's not. Okay, it's not open world, but there's just simply more than one chamber, and you just sort of have to discover that, right? Ooh, like it's a little puzzle thing. Couldn't it be? Like, say for example, there's doors to the left and to the right, and you have to sort of navigate this space a little bit, right? So yeah, like you start in a room, and then when you finish the stage, right, that you break all the bricks or whatever, there's little doors that open to the left, to the right, and sort of it plays a little bit like just a very tiny version of a Metroidvania, where like you might come to the right and there's a whole another Arkanoid stage, right? But there's like bricks that you just simply can't destroy, and the door to exit remains open, right? So you can just take it every time, so long as you do it without dropping the ball. And if you go left, you might like find a normal stage that you can beat, and then that gives you like an item that lets you destroy red bricks, right? Like maybe there's 2 stages, and one of them, right? Because the Arkanoid, right? The thing is always power. Oh fuck! This is actually a pretty fun game idea for a little gimmicky thing, and I can actually build this before the end of the year. Oh god! Now I'm excited. Okay, so here's the thing. Let me explain it a little bit better. There's, you know how in Arkanoid there's like little power-ups, right? There's little power-ups that you can grab. So the idea is there are 2, the first stage is just a normal Arkanoid stage, and then 2 little doors open to the left and to the right, and each of those leads you to a separate stage. The left stage has ice blocks, the right stage has lava blocks. You can't destroy the lava blocks or the ice blocks, but the blocks in the ice stage will drop a fire power-up, right? Or the other way around, we'll drop an ice power-up, and the ice power-up is useless against the ice block, so you can't use it in that same stage. But the door to exit the stage remains open, and so you go to the red stage, to the fire block stage, and you keep the ice power-up that you got in the other stage. You destroy the bricks, right? And now you can beat that stage, and now from that stage you will get a fire power-up that will actually help you beat the other stage. So you need to go to another stage to get a power-up before you can beat the stage that you couldn't leave. The problem is, the one design problem that I can think of is that I will need a way for you to get the power-ups eternally, right? A consistent way for you to get the power-ups, right? And also that if you get a power-up you don't want, now you lost the power-up that you were trying to use. But maybe that's just a normal stage hazard, right? Like that's just something that you have to play around. Yeah, this works. I actually like how this works. And the good thing is that the gimmick is very clear, and you don't need more than 3 stages for this to work. Okay. But let's not get too distracted on the gimmick when we haven't even finished the stage. Okay, so this guy needs to exist in a little space, right? And so I need to limit it. I need to make it so that he can't just run outside of the screen, can he? Now I could do that with collisions, but it feels like it would be so much better to just limit it physically, to just make it so that it literally cannot move past those edges. Hmm. Let's create those edges, right? So this stage is going to need another child node. This is going to be the left wall. So just a 2D node right here, which should probably be a static body actually. Body. Yeah, a 2D one, please. Static body 2D, right? And this needs a shape. It's gonna be a collision shape, yep. And probably I would also want to give it a sprite. And this sprite is going to be same as the other, it's just going to be a gradient 2D. Wait, what? Oh, I didn't realize that grading texture was a different type of thing. Okay, so I want to be now what type is this? This is a gradient texture 2D, so why did this one show up like this? That's weird. What's with the rendering? Help. Okay, there you go. Now it's showing up good. What was that about? Okay, it doesn't. Do not worry about it. Okay, so these are going to be gray walls, just like this. In truth, they don't actually need to be a gradient, do they? Why are you not rendering? Oh my god, why are you not rendering? Oh my god, please stop doing this to me. I need you to render. You do not understand how dire the circumstances are. I'm going to delete you and just make you again and hope that that fixes the issue. I don't have time for technical difficulties. If this happens again, I'm just using the missing texture. Okay, thank god. So we're gonna just like yeah, just like this sort of color, and then I copy the hex, and then I paste it here. Like that. Great, and these are going to be our walls. Very ugly walls that are totally functional. Wall. And then we can move this here, and we can make this sprite just way larger. What is this error? Another resource is loaded from path, scenes, stage, LC1 DQ. Oh, that's what was happening. Okay. So let's say that we want this like here, right? And then we're gonna take this and just copy it. Do not copy as chat. Copy. Actually, rather than copying it, what we want is surely just a new. No, we don't, because the left wall and the right wall should be different. So yeah, so what we want is another copy of this wall. So let's call this left wall. Let's call this right wall. We will think about texturing later. And this right wall. Hold on, to begin with, what's with this weird fucking positioning? No, hold on. No, you need to be in transform 00. That's where you need to be. It is you who should be moved here. And then the same thing for you. You should be in transform 00. Just because that makes the math a lot easier. And then you are right here. Right? And so this is just the normal size of like an Arkanoid game stage, isn't it? So now these two need a collision shape that's gonna be just a square, a rectangle, right? What is this error? Stop throwing me this error. That's so scary. Well, where does it come from? This is literally the simplest project. This is literally nothing, the project. There's nothing here. Why am I having errors? Actually, I should have copied this after the wall was done, wasn't it? This is the left wall. And then we put this here. I mean, it's close enough. It doesn't need to be exact. And in fact, given the time constraint, I probably shouldn't make it exact. Okay. And then we have this player. This player should probably be a little bit smaller, a little bit just tighter like this, right? Also, as well, I'm realizing that this guy is not centered, which seems like a bad thing, even though it doesn't really affect much. Okay. The player should be probably like about this small, and then in the first stage we can have a couple power-ups that make the player longer, and just have that be their first permanent upgrade. Think of it like getting the morph ball in Metroid, right? Like it should feel like it's something, like the revelation should be for the player that this upgrade is permanent, right? Ah, there it goes on. Fuck, I memorized the phrase and then I forgot it. Hello! Hi! Welcome to the stream. Thank you for showing up. I'm currently doing a bit of a challenge for myself on whether I can finish a small game before the end of the year. So that's probably a bad idea. Oh, akemashite omedetou! That's what I meant to say. Yay! It's New Year's for you, isn't it? It's not for me yet. It's not in like 12 more hours from now. Let's see. So, right. So I have this player. This player should have collisions. Well, actually, this should be not a normal node. This should be a some sort of character body. Yeah, put in just a character body. And then I make a new node, and this should be the shape, the collision shape. Collision shape right here. And then this collision shape should be a rectangle. Yes, I can just make it match the size of the box, which doesn't have to be exact. There you go. And now this player should be colliding with the walls, right? Like if I just sort of move in that direction, it's not colliding. Okay, good to know. So what's the deal here? Why is it not colliding? These have static collision. This has its own collision, doesn't it? Oh, right. Obviously, because I'm just moving it by changing its position, when what I should be doing is, because this is extending from a character body to D, then this should be, and also let's give this a class name, just because that always makes things easier later. Class name player, right? So what I should be doing is instead, what time is it there now? It is right now, almost 2 p.m. 2 p.m. almost 2 p.m. It is 1:42 p.m. which I'm trying to think of how to say that in Japanese. How do you say that in Japanese? I know it's I know the numbers 1時42分, but I don't know how to say that. That's like, is that it? Did I get it? Please tell me if I got it. I'm trying to learn Japanese. I want to learn Japanese, which is why I'm sort of trying to interact with Japanese people on Twitter, the platform formerly known as Twitter. So yeah, I'm not good at it, mind you. So thank you for being very patient with me. Let's see. What was the question? Yes, it is 13:42 p.m. Let's see. Right, so it's because it's a character body 2D. I want to. Oh god, did I forget how to do this? Velocity, right? So, actually, let's just look. It just tells me if I go here. I'm looking for. Yeah, right, it's move and slide, but before that I have to set the velocity, right? Velocity, right. So what I have to do is just say velocity point x equals minus speed, and then this is just the same. Do you think you can complete the mission? I will try my best. I think it's possible. I think the biggest problem is going to be whether I end up overcomplicating it, because if it's all about making a game, I could just make a clone of like Pong, right? And I know I could do that in like probably 2 hours. Obviously, I don't want to just do that. I want to do something a little bit more fun for a game. But if I end up just complicating the idea a lot, then I end up just not being able to complete it. So I have to strike a bit of a balance. You know what I mean? So yes, I think it's possible. I don't know if I will. It's technically I have something like 10 hours to complete it. Well, actually 11, something like 10 hours to complete this. But I am not going to be streaming until like New Year's hit, right? Because I have some dinner to go with, right, with my brother and everything. And I want to do that. I'm not going to be streaming until the end of the year. So it's not, I don't actually have that as much time as it appears, but still, I think it's possible. I think this could happen. I think it would be great if it did. Okay, what are you complaining about? You don't need delta, that's fine. Yes, okay. And then that should make it so that the thing collides, right? Well, now it's not moving. What happened? Yeah, it's just not moving. Oh yeah, because I forgot to move and slide, right? I have to just move and slide. To be honest, Darika-san, it feels weird. You know what? Sorry, it feels weird to say Darika-san, like to put the honorific, because I'm speaking English and you don't really do that in English, but it also feels weird to not say Darika-san. It's weird. In any case, I'm doing this partly because I was inspired by seeing you do the pixel art stream, you know, where you got to 100. Good stream, by the way. I had fun there. Right, okay, so this works. It's now colliding against the walls properly, but it's not stopping when I stop holding the button, and that's just very easy. Let me just do this equals the minus speed, this equals the plus speed. If it's neither, then it should equal 0, right? So just velocity point x equals 0. There you go. Okay, that's better. So now we have a paddle. Okay, so now we need obviously the other components of the game, the ball and the little bricks that you can destroy. That shouldn't be difficult. The ball is just a thing that bounces around, and the bricks that you destroy are just things that have to react to being hit by the ball, right? So I can do that. Let's start with the ball, because that's the more complicated part. So this is a ball. This ball should be like a tiny little blip, so let's sprite 2D and just make it like a little thing. You're white and it should probably be pretty small. But yeah, if the player is that size, then the ball should be like about this big. Yeah, that feels like a reasonable size. Okay, so then we can just place the ball. Oh, I already placed it. Okay, so then we can just place the ball here. And this ball is not going to do anything just yet. So first of all, this has to be a... I'm gonna change its type because it has to be a character body. And then we're going to have to need to give it a shape. Okay. Or collision, so that it knows where its borders are. So we give it this shape and we have to make it sort of match the size of the ball. And just to be generous to the player, let's make it a bit bigger than it actually looks. So it's easier to hit than it seems, you know? That way a player can be excited by something that seems like a near miss, but then it wasn't, but it's still consistent in the way that it works, so you can get a feel for it, right? And then we have this. Then this needs to move, right? So we need to give it some script to tell it how to do that. I am doing this way faster than I usually do. I am doing this... that was hard, but making pixel arts is a lot of fun, so I'll try hard this year too. Yeah! I'm glad that you find it fun. Making games is fun for me too, even if sometimes sometimes it can be painful. But that's part of it, isn't it? Just there's a lot of texture to the things that we like, I feel. And sort of the painful parts sort of make the effort more rewarding sometimes. Let's see. Okay, so we have this ball, and this ball should bounce. Now, how do we describe a bouncing motion? A bouncing motion, it's just moving straight in a direction until it hits a wall, and when it does, it should bounce in the opposite direction. There's a problem with this though, which is that I need to know whether the wall was horizontal or vertical, because if it's a horizontal wall, then the movement, the vector of velocity should be reflected along the normal of the wall, right? Now, this doesn't need to be calculated. Like, I don't need to actually use normals, because I'm expecting that the angles that this ball is going to be hitting are only going to ever be orthogonal, right? So they're only going to be not orthogonal. That's not the word. What's the word? It's because orthogonal is 8. I'm thinking of Cartesian. Cartesian? Kardashian? No, that's a different thing. I know the word in Spanish, Cartesiano, you know, like it's 4 ways. It's only vertical and horizontal. That's my point. So there's only vertical and horizontal collisions that can happen to this ball. So I don't have to actually calculate using the normals. I can just simply know whether it's horizontal and vertical and then react accordingly. So yeah, so first of all, this should happen on the process. Func process, physics process. And since it's a character body, I have to finish this with a move and slide, right? So then it's all a matter of how do I set the velocity properly, right? This should probably just currently be storing its current velocity, right? Its current direction, actually, as a vector. But except, no, I don't need to do that because that's just a velocity. No, it should store a direction because sometimes the ball is not moving, but it already has a direction. So, yeah, direction. As a 2D vector, vector 2. And this should be always normalized, so let's just make a note so that I remember that. Always normalized. If it isn't, then normalize it. Okay. And then it also needs a velocity, a speed, so variable speed, and it's a and yeah, so the idea is the actual vector of movement is going to be this direction, which is normalized multiplied by the speed, and that's going to be where it is going. And I can just paste that onto velocity, and that'll be the case. But how do I get that direction? Well, at the beginning, it should pretty much be random. No, at the beginning, it should pretty much always be down towards the paddle, so that the player can be ready. So let's say that function on start, on ready. We're going to say that direction equals down, right? How do I describe down? That is positive on the y-axis, so that should be vector 2, 0 on the horizontal, 1 on the axis, on the y, right? Then we also want a timer. We don't want to start it until the player hits a button, actually, yeah. So let's give the player another button. This button should be action. And this action is, let's say, space. Right. So the whole idea is we're going to need another variable that says whether the ball is currently frozen, right? And then it's going to be unfrozen as soon as the player presses that reaction. So frozen, it's going to be true. And okay, so yeah. So in physics process, if frozen, then do nothing, right? If not frozen, then we do the whole movement thing, right? So if you are frozen though, I do want this ball to listen to input is action just pressed. I want it to listen to the action. And if it is, then frozen is no longer true. And then that means that next frame it's going to start moving according to direction, which should be set to 0. Because we set it up to 0, or rather to directly down. Yeah. Right. So how do I actually set that direction? Well, let's just do the simpler version of it. Velocity equals direction times speed, and then move and slide with that. Right? So this is not going to bounce, not yet, but we can figure out how that works later. So let's give it a speed of, say, something like 100, right? So the ball started moving immediately and it's pushing the player. Neither of those two things should be happening. Let's see, first of all, it's very evident that the ball is way too big from this, so I should adjust this collision shape. If I want it to be bigger, to be more generous towards the player, it probably would help if it was big this way, but not that way. Right, excellent. Okay, now the ball shouldn't be pushing the player. That is a thing that's happening that shouldn't. The player should be unmovable in the x-axis, so we should probably hard code that on the player. It's an arcanoid paddle, right? In that case... In that case... Boom. In that case, it definitely... Yeah, in that case, I definitely want to have the player keep its X position as sort of a constant, right? So it's probably better to hardcode it, right? So on the first physics process, on the ready. Oh god, my keyboard just died. Oh no. Oh, this keyboard is just dead. I've been struggling with it for a while. It's a good thing I have a backup though. Okay, so on the first, oh Jesus. Right, so on the first frame, on the ready function, ready, on the ready, you should record your X position. So let's have a variable here, variable starting X, which is a float probably, and then starting X equals global position point X. And then we just make sure that every frame we set that X back to what it was. So global position point X equals, except it wouldn't be X, it has to be Y. God, I almost bungled that. It could have been some waste of time. Global position point Y equals starting Y. And then that should make it so that it doesn't get pushed by the ball. Right, okay, it's not being pushed by the ball, and the ball is correctly colliding with it. So that's good. The issue is that it is not yet doing the thing where it's supposed to, where the ball is supposed to stay frozen. So what's up with that? Did GDScript change how return works? It should exit this function, so it should just not do that so long as frozen remains true. And this action hasn't been pressed. But let's try to print that. So print frozen. It should print true until I press space. But it's false. But it's false. Why is it false? And then here, bar frozen is a bool. No. But I just set it as true. When is it setting itself as false? Is it true on the first frame at least? It is true in the first frame, and then immediately it's being set as false. If frozen, do all this. So it should be doing this for the first frame. Oh, I'm silly. It's if this happens, then set it as false, and then return no matter what. Yeah, there you go. Okay. So okay, right. So we have it here. There's a little ball. You move. You can just set yourself up. As soon as you're ready, you press space, and the ball starts moving. Okay. So now I have to make it so that it bounces, right? And probably make the ball a tiny bit faster because this seems. No, actually, I think it's fine for the first bounce for it to be slow. Then I can just make it faster once it has already bounced. Because then the player is not caught off guard, is it? Are they? So then, okay, how should this little ball bounce? Well, the standard thing for Arkanoid type games is that the ball bounces on hitting the paddle. It doesn't actually reflect the exact way that you would expect, but rather that it bounces at a different angle depending on where on the paddle you hit it. The closer to the middle, the more straight it'll bounce. So I need a way, first of all, for the ball to register that it's being hit by the paddle, and then to bounce at a different angle accordingly. The idea would be that this ball would have to... Well, okay, I was thinking of doing like a collision detection thing where the ball registers the exact point on the paddle where it hit, and then we detect where the paddle is, but actually I just realized it's a lot simpler than that. We can just register the position on the paddle relative to the position of the ball at the moment of impact, right? And then the paddle can report, okay, well, given that you're in that X position, then that means that you should move with this angle. And then the paddle handles that. So we need the paddle to just sort of have that. So the paddle is going to have function that if given a position, it'll know how far away to the edge of the paddle itself that position is, and then send the ball at a different angle, or rather return a different angle depending on what that is. Does this make sense? Because I realize that I'm using a signal. Oh, that's fine, because the ball is going to just sort of do that. Okay, so function. Get bounce direction. What's the input? An X position of the other object. So, X position, and the collision it's the global X position of the guy that is colliding with the paddle. So ball, let's just say ball global X position, not X position, X position, different words, and they should return a vector 2. So the idea is this guy is going to have a why not do it like this? Why not do a... There are cleverer and better ways to do that, but I'm going to do it the lazy way because, again, time constraint. So we're gonna add 2 child nodes, 1 marker, not a marker 3D, not that kind of marker. Marker 2D, and we're gonna add 2 of them. They're just going to sort of live here and here, right? You can barely see them, but they're there. And this is the... Actually, let's make these gizmos a bit bigger so that... And this is going to be the left marker. This is going to be the right marker, right? And so here's the idea. The paddle is going to null those two markers. So at export left marker variable left marker 2D, and at export variable right marker 2D. And the idea is all that those two objects do is actually just sort of store a position, right? They store the position of the edges of the paddle, and that way we can use that position to sort of decide how far along, how close to the edges the incoming collision is, right? So return vector to the 2.0, right? We got just right. And so, right, basically, if we receive an X position, we check where that position lies relative to those two markers, and depending on how far to the left and how far to the right, then we know how far to the left or how far to the right we have to bounce. So we just have to calculate the number, which is easy. First of all, we have to convert that global X position to a position relative to that left and right marker. So how close to the left or right marker we are? That's a lerp, isn't it? You can interpolate, you can use that, you can do that as the interpolation, I think. So yeah, we have -1, which is all the way left, 1, which is all the way right, and make them 0.0 because these are floats that I want. No, it's not a lerp, it's a reverse lerp. Returns an interpolation or extrapolation factor considering the range specified in from and to, and the interpolated value specified in weight. The return value will be between 0.0 and 1.0. If weight is between from and to, if weight is located outside, then an extrapolation factor will be returned, lower than 0 or greater than 1. Use clamp or the result of inverse lerp if this is not desired. Right, okay, so yeah, I can do this. Okay, so yeah, we have the two limits, which are the X positions of those two markers. Left marker point global position, they have to all be global positions. Position point X, right marker point global position point X, and the full global X position. And that should return me a number from 0 to 1, or just where 0 means we're all the way at the left marker, 1 means we're all the way at the right marker, and numbers bigger or smaller than that mean that we're farther beyond that, right? And that's fine, So in that case, what we want is to clamp, right? Because it's identical what I have to do. So, relative position equals the result of that. And we're going to declare it's a new variable. So then we want to clamp that. So relative position equals clamp. Clamp with a P. relative position. And the two limits are 0.0 and 1.0. All right. And with those two limits, what I have to do is... okay, so now I have a number that represents how far to the left and how far to the right I am. Now I need to convert that into an angle somehow. The easiest way to do that would be to have an angle that is already rotated all the way to the left, and then rotate that to a different reflected horizontal, to a different angle reflected along the vertical axis that is just the same angle, and rotate it a certain amount depending on how far this number is. So how do I rotate the angle in Godot? It's left. Oh, I can use a slurp. Yeah, that's spherical rotation. That helps me. Slurp, Godot. How do I use that? Ah, shit. Okay. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Just 1 second. I'm gonna be back real quick. This happened, which means that it is not a player, or this collision isn't null, which means that this is the player. So, if player isn't null, then it's a player and we have to react accordingly. So first of all, half collided with player is true, so we signal that so that we stop checking for collisions the rest of this frame. And second, we ask this player for the angle for the bounce direction, and we have to feed it our global position. So global position point X, we have to feed it that number, and then that direction is going to be our new direction for the next frame, right? Direction. I feel like that should work. Right. So the thing that we should see now, the thing that we're going to test is the ball should bounce to the left if I hit it with the left of the paddle, bounce to the right if I hit it with the right of the paddle, bounce to the middle if I hit it with the middle. Does that work? That seemed pretty middle. That went the opposite way. And that also went the opposite way. Okay, that helps, because it means that there's only one conflict there that should be as easy as reversing. I don't know where it is, but it should be as easy as reversing a minus and a plus somewhere. Somewhere on the player. Probably this, right? What about the other side? Okay, this is one of those no idea why it works, but it works sort of scenario. Okay, so on collision with the wall, it just kind of dies, but that's fine because that's the part that we haven't coded yet. The part with the battle, though, as you can see. Ooh, wait, that doesn't work now. Ooh, why is that? Yeah, that goes to the angle that it should, but then what if I put it like in the middle? That is like pretty much straight, right? What if I just do... me not like that. No, me not like that. Okay, but you know what we could do then? We could do this as +1. Okay, so yeah, that one bounces pretty straight up. That one... Oh, this isn't quite making sense to me. Wait, I think I know what the issue is. In radians, no, okay, then that's not the issue. Alright, I get the issue now. The zero angle is right, not up. So if we subtract the up, then we get the angle relative to that up vector. Right? Oh no, not at all, not at all, not at all, not at all. What if it's the middle? And the middle seems to work fine. Could it be that the markers are reversed? No, the left marker is at the right, at the left. Double check on left marker. Yeah, the left marker is the left marker. That part doesn't. Could I just cheat this by left marker, left marker, left marker? Yeah, so you go from left position to right position and take the position of the ball, and you set that as a number from 0 to 1. 0 to 1 is that relative position. And then we clamp it so that it doesn't go above or below 1 or 0, and in that order. So you have a number that is from 0 to 1. Then you have an angle that is the minimum angle's angle. Minimum angle's angle, which is going to be like, let's say 180, 170 or something in degrees. Yeah, and then, yeah, the negative of that would just be the angle reflected horizontally. I want it vertically. So what I should do is, rather than have the minus angle, it should be the angle plus 90 degrees, but to radians, so times rad to deg. It's 90. No, deg to rad. Okay, rad. Deg to rad. 90. That should fix the math. It straight up doesn't. Is it minus 90? No, because this is gonna give us like those angles from there, so I don't want to rotate it by that amount. I want to... Yeah. So it's the right. That I want to rotate by that amount that is spit out. I mean, close? No, that just drags. Oh, fuck! Oh, just kill me, vector math. What do you mean? Ah, my mouse just disconnected. Oh my god! Stop! No! What happened? My mouse. I can't program without my mouse. Give me 1 second. There you go. Okay. Okay. So let's take the math slower. We have a vector that is 0.5 units up and 1 unit to the left. Wait. Oh, I'm stupid. In Godot vector maths, in the Godot 2D space, the y-axis is negative towards up. Okay, so that bounce works. That bounce doesn't. Well, that's just because I changed a bunch of shit. Okay, let's leave it like it was before. Okay. That one sort of kind of works. That one definitely just doesn't. So yeah, that first angle is that angle. That second angle is the same angle, but we reflect it along the right axis. Reflecting angle along the right axis will be adding 90 degrees to it so that it's relative to the other axis, then multiplying it by -1 so that it's reflected along that axis, and then subtracting. No. I'm gonna need to draw a diagram for this. Right. So, part of the issue is I'm starting with like a real brush. Come on. Okay, so the issue is I'm starting with this angle. This angle, right? Alpha, right? I'm starting with this angle. And I want to get the angle that is reflecting horizontally. I want to get this angle that is this beta, right? Now I know that this beta equals this angle, right? So these two angles are the same. Oh wait, there's an easy way to do this. Yeah, I just take this alpha angle, because this alpha angle plus this beta angle are going to be 180 just because this whole thing is 180, right? So what I want is just this, so this angle is just 180 minus alpha, right? So I don't need to do the whole thing. I can just be like, yeah, this is the angle. And then I have, yeah, let's just call this angle, yeah. And then let's get another one that is bar reflected angle. And this angle equals degrees to radian 180 minus the first angle. That's the reflected angle. And then that's what I put here. And that's that, right? That should do it? Oh, hold on. Give me 1 second. Right. Okay, so sorry about this, but some urgent stuff seems to have come up. I have to deal with it. That's so disappointing, though. I really wanted to be able to at least give it a better shot to this challenge, but no, that's not going to happen. I'm really sorry. I may just continue this, and in the spirit of a challenge, try to make it in one other stream where I time limit myself, but it's not going to be before the end of the year. Sorry about that. Thank you for watching. If I ever upload this VOD, I'll probably upload them both joined together, just because that makes for better watching if it's gonna be like a one-time thing. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Sorry about this mess, but luckily there's not many people. Bye bye. All right. So here's the deal, right? Here's the deal. When it was New Year, I set myself a challenge, right? I set myself a little challenge. I wanted to finish a game before the end of the year. Now, that didn't happen, and that was mostly because something happened in real life that kind of took a lot of energy and just time for me, and so I ended up just pausing the stream to deal with that, right? The whole onus of the challenge was for it to be like before New Year's, right? So it feels a little bit lame to continue it now, but also it felt like a bit of a shame to just leave it without actually doing it. It felt like it was a thing. Like, I think I could have done it, right? I think I could have done it to an extent. Or at the very least, I would have liked to have found out that I couldn't, right? So today we're going to instead continue that challenge. Obviously, I don't have the end of the year as like a buffer, as like an artificial time limit. So in the absence of a time limit that is so obvious, we have to create one ourselves. Therefore, here we go. Can I finish a game in 6 hours? Now, in reality, it's not actually 6 hours. It's going to be 8 hours total, because I did spend 2 hours working on it on New Year's Eve, right? But yeah, 6 hours to finish this game that I started then for 8 hours total. Can I make them finish a game in 8 hours? Now, this is not going to be a good game. It's not going to be a pretty game. It probably won't have any art to speak of, right? But it'll be a full, complete game, and it'll be an original idea. I'm not going for a recreation of Pong, even though this is like another game. Like, it's going to be like an Arkanoid clone, but it's going to have a little bit of a spin to it, right? Because if it was just recreating Arkanoid, I don't need a challenge. I know I can do it in 8 hours. Like, easy peasy. It's just easy. You can just do it. So, 8 hours, by the way, 8 hours total is a pretty stringent time limit. It's actually very, very short. Like, the usual short time thing is 2 days for game jams, right? And that's already a pretty crazy time limit. So here I am doing 8 hours. This should be appropriately exciting and hype, right? As we get closer to the end. So let me just establish the rules a little bit here. The timer doesn't stop. If I go up to the bathroom, or if I get interrupted, or if I want to take a break, the timer just keeps going. So as soon as I start the timer, 6 hours, that's all I have, right? I'm not gonna get any more. Second, this is making the game, not exporting the game, right? Because that's mostly the computer working on its own. So I'm not gonna count that as part of it, right? This is not publishing the game, so uploading it to itch is a thing that I'm allowed to do off the time limit, right? The idea is, as soon as the timer ends, I can't keep working on the game. I can't add features, I can't fix code. If it just doesn't work, it just doesn't work, and we're done there for the sake of the challenge, right? If I'm going to export it, I am allowed to do that, but the game has to look like pretty much all I can do is just fiddle with the export window at that point. No more modifications to the game at all, right? Other than that, pretty much anything goes. So, like, adding assets, doing stuff outside of Godot, right? Like, it all goes into the timer. So that's the whole deal. If it sounds like I'm stalling, you're right, I am, because this is going to be a lot of work, to be honest, considering the idea that I have. And I'm kind of dreading looking, because I'm looking at the thing. I haven't touched Godot, but I'm looking at it, right? Like, I just opened it, and it opened on this window, and I haven't moved anything. And I'm not going to move anything until the timer begins. But for now, I'm looking at the window, and I see a bunch of errors, right? I'm going to have to start by fixing those, but, like, those errors are there because I left sort of in the middle of something in code last time, and that's gonna... I don't remember what I was doing, so I'm gonna have to find it. That's gonna be a bit of a lost time. Okay, that's just... Okay, deep breath. Okay, just psyching myself up to it, right? This is a pretty difficult challenge. This is... Give me some credit, okay? Like, even if I don't do it, If I don't manage, okay. Just give me a little bit just to steel myself, and then I'm gonna begin in earnest. I'm probably going to have to apologize, by the way, about like not being very good about looking at chat and doing things. It's not like I ever have that many people in chat anyway, but yeah, I'm gonna be focused on the channel, on making the game, so that's gonna take quite a bit of focus away from me. It's me. Right, 6 hours from now. I may have to take a break to have a snack in the middle, or to make some coffee or something, but the timer will keep running. Let me just gather my idea for a little bit for the game. Timer starts now. Oh boy, here we go. Okay, so first of all, I'm gonna have to find what these errors are. What is the thing that is currently failing? Parse error, identifier enums not declared in current scope. That is for scenes input pro. Okay, so first of all, you should go here. That I have a script folder, I should put it there. Second of all, this input processor script is not real. That shouldn't be there. Okay, that's good. That got rid of all the errors. That wasn't worth worrying about actually. So what was I doing? Okay, so first of all, let's launch this and see. I need to open up the switcher, start it up. Okay, so let's see, right? Like, what did I have? Oh, fuck, right, that's what I was working on. Oh, god damn it. Okay, so, yeah. The issue that I was working on was that the ball didn't bounce the way that I wanted it. So the way that it happens is that the player returns a bounce direction depending on where the ball was when it hit. Right? It's all using global positions. It's the global position of the left marker, of the right marker, and the ball position, right? The ball position is passed as global, and the ball is correctly passed in that. Yes, it's the global position. So that means that these numbers should all be okay. And then why is it getting the wrong thing, right? That's essentially the question that we're trying to answer. So first of all, just print the thing that you're returning so that I can see exactly what the result is, because I'm getting the impression that catching it via just seeing where the ball goes is actually not that helpful. So let's see. Maybe the angle. Yeah, are you gonna give it to me in radians or in... Yeah, that's definitely in radians. Okay, give it to me in degrees, because that's easier to read. So... yeah, okay. Right, 146 minus 146, that should be that, right? Like that's 0 is to the right, 90 is straight up, 146 is less than 180, so it's like angled that way, right? And then on the other side, it should be, if it was minus 146, then this should be like around 40, right? Around minus 40, right? And then the middle should be 90. But hold on. If that was... Hold on. Okay, if that was minus 100 and whatever, And that was minus 90? Okay, the math is not mathing, obviously. So let's just go every single step of the way because I remember the logic of what I needed. So first of all, print me the global position of the ball. Then print me the relative position, right? The relative position should be a number from 0 to 1. Depending relative position, where 0 means that it's all the way to the left and 1 means that it's all the way to the right of the paddle, right? So here we have 0, right? Pretty close to 0, and on the other side we should have the opposite, pretty close to 1, right? Yeah, 1, exactly 1 actually. And then here we have in the middle around 0.5. Okay, so that part works. That part works, right? So what's the issue then? The angle is the minimum angle point angle. Yeah, the minimum angle is a vector that I set up manually, right? That is about 145, right? Actually, print degrees to radian angle, and show me what the number is. Minus 146 point something, right? And that's a constant. That really doesn't require any further testing. That's just always the same number. Okay, so what happens here is we have the reflected angle, which is 180 degrees minus that angle. Wait. No, that's rotating the angle a whole 180 degrees. That's not reflecting it. Right, so that's the issue, isn't it? So how do I reflect that angle across the, like mathematically speaking, how do I take that angle and reflect it along the y-axis? What is that? That's rotating the angle by no, that's not rotating the angle. Oh, what am I talking about? Yeah, there is a thing already for that, isn't there? For vector 2s, where you can reflect them, right? Yeah, there is. Fuck. Okay, reflect. This is for reflecting the vector from a line defined by the given direction vector line. Reflect differs from what other engines and frameworks called reflect. Takes a normal direction, which is a direction perpendicular to the line. In Godot, you specify the direction of the line directly. Okay, what about the other reflect? From a line defined by the given director. Okay, so it's not... takes a normal, which is a direction perpendicular to the line here. Okay, so if that's the case, then I have to give it the line of the paddle. I have to give it just a horizontal line, right? And if that's what I have to give it, then what I want to give it is angle point reflect, and the line that is fully horizontal, so that's vector 2 point right. And then, yeah, those are the two angles. That's the farthest left and the farthest right. And then I take the relative position, which is a number from 0 to 1, and use that to decide how much I'm going to rotate using those as a minimum and maximum, right? And then take the vector right and rotate it by that amount. So the 0 vector, right? representing vectors, not angles, right? Right? That's around minus 127. And this. Okay, but what was the first one that you printed? 153. Maybe I just saw it wrong. That part works. The other one should be... Click the wrong button. The other part should be around... if the one was 150, then the other one should be around 30 degrees. Minus 30, yes. Okay, so then here's the one that I always struggle. The middle should be minus 90. Oh, yes, okay. It's not exactly in the middle because it's not landing exactly in the middle, but it works, right? Okay, wow, we fixed it. Nice, amazing. Okay, good. So the ball now bounces, which is exactly what I want. That is the bounce against the paddle, and that is to allow the paddle control over the direction of the ball. But bouncing against everything else, the ball should just reflect alongside the normal of the thing, right? That's what it should do. So that's what we just did. The collision, when the collision is with the player. If it is not with the player, then what? Then you need to know whether you collided with a wall that was vertical or horizontal, don't you? Right? No, hold on. Yeah, else. Yeah, there you go. This is collided with the player. The other was checking if you already had collided with the player. Fuck, that's gonna be confusing. Right, so I need to know whether you're colliding with a horizontal bit or with a vertical bit, right? How would I check that? Because right now you have these walls, right? You have these stage walls. Let me just make the script. Compile paths. Yeah, because right now you have these stage walls, right? These two to the side, and they have a collision shape, so the ball should realize that it hits those, right? It doesn't know how to bounce against them, but it knows that it hits those. Like if I go... Yeah, and then it slides, right? So in that case, what I want is for the ball to... And also, while we're at it, this wall should be a bit thinner, just because the ball is a bit thicker. Bit like that. Oh, they use the same collision shape. Okay, that's great then. Okay, so yeah, it should be like that, right? Okay, so when you bounce against the wall, obviously you bounce horizontally. There's gonna be a ceiling here that you can bounce off of too, as well. And then there's the bricks, right? And all of those, depending on the direction of the ball, is whether you bounce vertically or horizontally. The walls would always be horizontally, the roof would always be vertically, but is there a way that I can... Yes, the collision normals, right? So like, the thing that you can do is take the... Yeah, we have the collision count, which is part of the gets light collision count, gets light collisions. Yeah, it's the collision. It is a type of kinematic collision 2D, and kinematic collisions 2D have the normal. The colliding body's length of overlap along the collision normal. No, not that, this. The colliding body's shapes normal at the point of collision. Right, so if I just limit myself to make it orthogonal bounding boxes, so just axis aligned rectangles, then these are always going to be vertical and horizontal, and then I don't need to, it's not gonna lead to any complicated math. So then I can just get the normal and reflect the angle of direction alongside that normal, and that should be fine, right? So then I will do get the collision, get the normal, get normal, and that is my angle of reflection. So reflection line, sure. So yeah, variable reflection line, that's the line along which we reflect the direction. Then we do direction equals direction point reflect alongside that reflection line. And that should make so that it bounces against the wall, right? No, it doesn't. Okay, so yeah, no, it doesn't bounce against either of them. Okay, so another thing that I want to do is make sure that the ball starts moving faster after having bounced the first time. The first time is just a little grace for you, the player, to be able to catch it at the beginning, because it would be super lame if you couldn't. Okay, so the ball is gonna have a variable pass bounced once, which is a boolean. Already this has bounced once equals false, but then as soon as it hits one thing to bounce off of, which would probably be the player, then it's going to has bounced once equal true, and then has bounced once equals true, and then the speed is gonna have two speeds, so slow speed, the quick speed, fast speed, and then the direction is going to be whether, yeah, so variable speed, and this speed is going to be different whether, well, whether we have bounced once. So if has bounced once, then speed equals quick speed, fast speed, else speed equals slow speed, right? And that lets me have just like 100 and 500, and then as soon as it bounces once the speed just multiplies really quickly, just goes a lot faster. That's more what you'd expect from this kind of thing, right? Okay, so right, so we have that part is working. I just need to get it to bounce, right? So is the direction changing at all, right? Like, is this part of the code happening? Yes, it is. Okay. Okay, so part of what's happening is I can see that you're like every other frame going through this, right? And you're going through it with opposite vertical angles. So that would seem to imply to me that you're reflecting along the angle of the... So you have an angle that's going this way, and then You have the same going the other way, right? If you're reflecting along the normal... Hold on. I'm trying to figure out the math in my head. I'm doing arm gestures to be the vectors. I have, okay, so yeah, the ball is going in this direction, like diagonal up, and then I reflect it along the normal, right? Because I don't want to reflect it along the normal. I want to reflect it along the surface. So this is the normal. Yeah, okay. So I need to take the normal. Hold on, is there a thing that the collisions give me that I can use? Kinematic collision to D. I get the angle? Okay, no, definitely not that. Get the collider D, shape index, velocity, depth, local shape, normal, position, remainder, travel. No, and none of them. Okay, so but it's fine because I can just get it. It's just the normal rotated 90 degrees. It doesn't matter because it's a reflection, so whether it's positive or negative, it's no difference. So get the normal, but first rotated 90 degrees, right? Collision, point, get normal, point, rotated. How much? Radian, degrees to radians. 90. And that should be what we want. That should be the bounce. Oop. Fuck. Vector 2 point angle all of a sudden. Vector 2 angle. I don't remember having changed that, so what will that happen? Okay, so now it's the same angle alongside the x-axis rotated, which seems to me like that should work, right? Like it should start heading right. Yeah, like it's going towards negative y, which is up, and towards positive x, which is right. Which should be right. And then it gets reflected once, yeah, because it was going left, and then it gets reflected once, and it's going right. But then why does it bounce again on the next frame? Is it detecting more than one collision with the same surface? Because if it's printing, right, if it's detecting two collisions with the same surface, then that will make sense because it's colliding twice, so it's reflecting twice, and I don't want it to do that. Two. Yeah, every single time two. Okay, first of all, why are you doing that? Well, is there a reason? There's only one collision shape on the right wall and one static body. And both collisions are presumably with the same object, right? Fuck, okay, so how do I detect, why, okay, I don't understand why it's colliding twice, but I think I'm just gonna have to deal with it. I could make it so that it ignores multiple collisions on the same frame, just straight up, right? But the problem is that then I still want it to have want the player to have Oh, I know. I should make it so that it only bounces. Yeah, I could make it so that it stores the direction temporarily, right? Candidate direction in a variable that I create for that, right? And then only at the end of the frame, once all the collisions have gone through, does it decide on the candidate direction, on the actual direction. So direction equals candidate direction, and so it's only going to listen to the others. And because all of them are taking the starting direction as a way to form the reflection, it doesn't matter how many there are. It's not gonna no new collision is going to detect all the other ones. So it's just going to go through all the collisions, check if one of them is the player, use that one, and if not, just use whichever one happened to process last, right? For this type of game, I'm not expecting a total collision to be happening anyways, because all the objects are quite static. And even when there's a bunch of collisions happening, it doesn't really matter, because most of them are going to be like just horizontal, completely vertical. So it's just, there's only two possible directions that the ball could bounce towards, right? Another ball is just not going down. Hey Noah, doing a bit of a challenge today. Good to see you here. Fuck. Crap. Okay, so I have this. Right, it's because this vector is 0. So if no collisions happen, then it's just detecting 0. So it should begin as the direction. Challenge? Yeah, I'm trying to finish a game in 5 hours and 30 minutes. It's over there. Do you see the timer? Look. Yeah. Limited time challenge. I'm going to finish a game. Well, the total amount of the challenge is 8 hours. Actually, the whole point of the challenge was that it would be before the New Year's hit, but then some stuff happened and I had to deal with stuff and I had to put it on hold. So now it's just 6 hours, right? 8 hours total, 6 hours actually. Yeah, okay, so it bounces. And theoretically, it should bounce with the ceiling as well if I make one. So I can just do this, like just take this, copy, paste the sibling, put it here, call it the ceiling. Make sure that it's using a different shape, because this time it does matter. So clear, and then create a new rectangle shape. Then put this thing over here, like on the ceiling. Change its scale a little bit so that it makes sense. Then change the collision shape to sort of to match. Transform at the 0 and the 0. And then it should just bounce against the ceiling, right? That sounds fun. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. It's also stressful, but game making is stressful, so that's just what happens. Excellent. Okay, so all the bouncing works, and if I make new things that have collisions, then they should work too. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take these 3 and just create a new node just for organizational purposes. And this is a 2D node, right? And this is going to have its center over there, and I'm going to put all these 3 inside of it. And And this node is going to be called the fucking boundaries. And I'm gonna set that up as a new scene. So that this like that. Boundaries, yes, but with an uppercase B. And then save. And there you go. So now I have a scene for these boundaries that I can edit them without everything else getting in the way. The organization here looks better. It's all great, right? And I can copy and paste them and they'll be the exact same every time, right? Which is good. Right, okay, so now, for an Arkanoid clone, the other thing that we need is the thing that will kill the ball and the little bricks. Let's start with the bricks because they seem like they will be easy. First of all, I just need a rectangle. Just new child node. This is just a node 2D that is going to be called brick. Brick. Then on it, a sprite. Sprite 2D, where is it? It's over there. Okay, we're gonna move you here so that I can see you. And we're gonna add the sprite green texture 3D. This first brick is going to be color, let's say, just yeah, that color works. And then the other one, just copy the hex, just so it's the same color. No, I don't like the color actually. I wanted it to be like more murky brown. I shouldn't bother too much with the color. It's the programming here that I should be paying attention to. Oh god, look at these awful colors. Okay, you know what? It's gonna do. I'm gonna figure out the looks of this later. Anyway. Okay, so this thing, and then I add to it rectangle, yeah, static, body 2D. This one has a shape, and that shape is a rectangle. Now, shape. Collision shape 2D, and this shape is going to be a rectangle. So rectangle, no, not a circle, a rectangle. And then we just sort of make them the same size, if that could be possible. And then I just scale it like this. Maybe make it a bit smaller. Actually, here's a good moment to get some reference. Actually, yeah, let's go get some reference. Let's go on the internet and get some reference pictures because that's always useful. So Arkanoid, what size are the screen elements in Arkanoid? Give me a screenshot of Arkanoid. Yeah, that's good enough. Okay, copy image. Can I just paste that image here, just like straight up? No. Okay, so I'm gonna have to save it. Save images, pictures. Actually, put it on the desktop. It's easier to find. Then open this as a folder. Is there other games that you finished? Yeah, I have a whole bunch of them. I have an itch page. Oh, hold on, let me link it to it. That there is my page on itch.io where I post the games that I have made. Not all of them are amazing, but I'm proud of all of them. Right, let's create a new folder, just pictures. Usually I give them a bit more time than 8 hours though, to make them. Right, and in here, open with the file manager and then drag that thing from the desktop to here. Cut this, paste here. Import the picture, and now we have a picture. Okay, so yeah. This picture, and I can use this to sort of compare the sizes of things, right? Actually, no, it should be scale it up like evenly. Like here, and then can I make it semi-transparent? That would be nice. In the modulate, I think. There, okay, so here I can just make it like that, and then I can just compare the size. So the paddle is about the right size, the ball as well, they're both like pretty spot on. This should be, let me call this a ref. Oh god, the screen froze. No, I hate when you do this. I hate when you do this, Godot. How do I... Yeah, okay. So I have this brick, let's just sort of try to match the size. It doesn't have to be exact, but for it to be like about the same size is the thing that I want. Okay, so this is just sort of the size of a brick. Let's make it a little bit bigger, just a little bit wider, but just a tiny bit. Okay. So now the idea is, hold on, does this have a split? Yeah, it is. It's ugly fucking brown. Yeah. I should have picked a better color. Let's make it just white. Just like slightly grayer white. Right? And let's have a bunch of this stuff. Yes, I am playing right now, not like no piece. It looks interesting. Does it? I made it with somebody from college. It was actually, well, from art school, actually. It was actually, they're actually a very good artist. I don't do, they did the art. He did the art. And I just sort of watched them do it. I did the programming and all that stuff, because that's more my area of expertise. Right, if I'm gonna make a brick, then this brick should be its own scene. It's not very in-depth, that game. It's actually way too simple, and the writing is awkward because I'm not good at that stuff. But you know, it's a little thing. Right, so this, yeah, I need to make the bricks their own scene so that I can just copy and paste them without like it all going to shit. Brick. Right, and then let's just paste a bunch of these. Oh no, like this. Okay, I'm realizing that placing all these by hand is obviously going to be a terrible idea. Like when I actually make the levels, that's not going to be feasible. Like it might be worth it. Okay, so yeah, so collision against these should not be a problem, right? The paddle should move a bit faster. Yeah, the collision just works, straight up works. Okay, fucking great, amazing. Okay, so now I just need to make it so that these guys disappear when... Yeah, so that these guys disappear when they are hit, right? And that's fine, I can just do that here. So break, right? These are going to need a script, and that script is going to be the brick script. Sure, why the hell not? Yeah, open it. Good. Okay. Right, we have a brick. What does that brick need to do? It needs to know when it's being hit by a ball and then disappear. And if you had a particle effect, that would be nice too. Break. Disappear when you're hit by the ball. When the ball hits you, what does the ball do? The ball sends a message to the player to get the bounce direction. Yes. Well, I can just do... Since the ball is the one moving, then it should be the one sending the signals, right? Actually, this was a silly way to do this, wasn't it? it was. I should have written this better. Okay, so if if collision point get collider is player, then do a thing, and then inside of that assign that to the player variable, because that variable should only exist anyway when you are collisioning with a player. There's no reason for that variable to exist outside of that. Then right, then you do the bounce, then you check another thing. If the collision when get collider is break, right? And actually that should be inside of there because that's only going to happen there, and so we save ourselves a check when it is the player. If the collision point get collider is a break, then you call the break. You tell the break to do something. Actually, at that point we might as well. Variable collider equals collision point get collider, and so we can just call it as collider, and we don't have to call a function every time. So collider, if the collider is the player, then do the thing as the player, right? If the collider is a break, then you know you can do another thing. So you can do variable collider is the variable break is the collider as a break, right? And then break point then tell the break, hey, you've been hit by the ball, right? Receive a hit. And that's going to be a function that exists within the break, right? So then what does the break do? The ball just tells the break, hey, you've received a hit, react in whatever way is appropriate for you, right? And we're going to have different types of breaks, and breaks that can spawn little power-ups, whatever, right? And so that whole reaction should be on the break. All that the ball does is tell the break, you've been hit, right? Break. You have a function that is called get hit or receive hit. What did I call it? Receive hit? Sure. Receive hit. And before I code this, I'm going to go to the restroom because I am pissing myself. Okay, give me 1 second. What I'm realizing now that I should have done is, I'm back by the way, what I'm realizing now that I should have done is made a 6-hour playlist of like music or sounds or something that got more and more intense towards the end. Like, you know, with looping tracks and everything, right? So I wouldn't have to find 6 hours worth of music. I could just have, you know, like a couple looping throughout the first 2 hours or something. That would have been fun. Let's write that down for next time, right? By the way, the timer keeps going. The timer keeps going during the bathroom breaks and everything. Just so you know. I mentioned this before, but like since you're here now, Noah. So yeah. Let's see. Okay, so break receives a hit from the ball. When it receives a hit, well, by default they should just disappear, right? So Q3 self. Oh yeah, self point Q3, but actually that just works. Okay, so that should be simple. Other breaks are going to have different reactions, obviously. Does that just work? No. And why am I happy? Oh, well, probably because the static body is not the head, is it? Yeah, the static body is the one that should have the script, not some random parent. Yeah, the brick dies. Okay, but I feel like the ball is just hitting way too early. Like, I made this part of the collider bigger so as to be more generous to the player, but I feel like if I want to be generous to the player, really what I should do is make the paddle longer than it looks rather than make the ball bigger. So if that's the case, let's make the paddle like this big. So you get, the idea is that you get these really like, oh, how did I hit that kind of moments, right? Yeah, that feels a lot better. I would like for the... Wait, hold on a second. What's going on? The ball is hitting the bricks way before it touches them. Like, noticeably so. Are the bricks just a lot big? Yeah, what happened here? What happened here? Why? Oh, I probably just changed the scale by accident. Okay, well, that's fine. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that looks a lot better. Yeah, okay, so Arkanoid clone is well underway. The walls should be a bit more close to what they should be. The walls, boundaries, yes, go to that scene. Yeah, there you go. That's just less sloppy, isn't it? And then this ceiling also probably should be the same way. Like that. Yeah, it works. Okay. So now, the other thing that needs to happen is that the player needs to be able to die, right? So I need to put a thing that detects that the ball has been lost, and then when the ball is lost, the paddle gets destroyed or something, and then reset. The reset sequence occurs, right? So, how would I do that? Well, first of all, let's try to figure out a little particle effect for the bricks, just because it seems like it will be easy and something that I can reuse. It's something that you see super often here. So, when the brick gets destroyed, you should spawn a little particle effect. Let's create a new scene that is only that particle effect, right? Scene, particle. Then this particle effect would be like dead simple. I always forget which is the one that I should use, whether CPU particles or GPU particles. I'm going to Google. CPU particles for simple effects. Okay, CPU. Okay, so what we want is like a little explosion, right? So yeah, what about they all live for like half a second, which is fine, but I need them all to like happen real quick. Explosiveness fixes lifetime random. Yeah, 0.5 seconds, right? They live for that long. 8 particles. And then rather than... But each one lives for 0.5 seconds. I want the whole thing to be faster. How do I do that? That's like... Sure, that works. Right, so the emission shape should probably be a sphere. No, it's fine for it to be a point, but I don't want them to be going in different directions, right? So the spread should be like large, but right now they're affected by gravity too strongly, and that's part of it, so the direction doesn't have... Okay, so let's give them 0 gravity. And then I have to give them like some speed. Initial velocity, like... Yeah, something like that, right? And then I can see the direction, so I want it to spread all around, right? And then let's make them a bit larger, so I want the scale to be like 2. Yeah, no, it should be like 5, right? Yeah, 5, that looks fine. Okay, and then I want them to get smaller, so actually probably larger than that, so let's say 7. Let's say 10. 10 works, okay. 10, and I want them to get smaller with time, right? So animation, hue variation, scale amount. So you start at 10 and then slowly don't go down to 1, but like The very sharp decline right at the end, right? Like that. Make the handles a little bit better, just... Yeah, there. Right, and then, okay, so that's the scale, and then I want the spread to be a bit better. So like, it should probably appear in the shape of the thing that got destroyed, right? So just in a rectangle. So the emission shape should, rather than point, be a rectangle. It should be like a bit larger. I wish I could see this rectangle though. Oh, you can see it. It's just super tiny. Okay, fine. It should probably, yeah. Let's measure the brick, right, and see how much it is. So the collision shape, it is 52 by 20. Okay, so here we'll do it that way. So 52 by 20. Yeah. And so if that's the case, then we need the scale to be bigger, actually. So rather than 10, let's make it like 20. And then the direction. The thing about the direction is that I want it to be very large, but I want it to always be away from the central point. So... No, I'm overthinking it. Yeah, I'm overthinking it. Rather than making the emission shape a rectangle, let's make it just so that there's multiple of these things that spawn, and they sort of vaguely represent the shape of the rectangle. Because I could make this work, but time is of the essence right now. We have only 5 hours left. Okay, so there definitely needs to be a one-shot, so... Okay. So then, brick. Brick is going to hold a reference to that particle, so... Particle, act, scene. Then when it dies, there's going to be a bunch of nodes that are going to be markers. Marker 2D. They're going to be the particle markers, so I'm going to create a node just to group them. Particle markers. And then we're gonna put 1, 2, 3. And then, yeah, and then you are going to have an array of those, so. And then I just give you, I feed you all of those 3 markers. That's the marker 1, the marker 2, and the marker 3. And then when you receive a hit, you're going to spawn one of those particles at each of those markers before you... No, actually, it doesn't matter if it's before, because Q3 works in the next frame. Rather, Q3 works right now, but that's why it's called Q3, because it queues it for the next frame. So I know that this is going to exist on this frame, and doing this is no problem. So you take each of those. So for each particle marker, in particle markers. That's not how you write that, is it? How do you do that in Godot? I always forget. For looping, Godot, please. Oh, it's just the same but without the... Oh no, it does work. I did it right. I just didn't write the line after. Okay, so for each particle marker, what we're going to do is we're going to take their position and we're going to spawn a particle there. So how do you spawn a particle? The particle is a packed scene, so in order to do that, you have to first load it. Yeah, back to Google again. GD script, how do I instantiate? The code is... Yeah, okay, yeah, so it's particle point, a new particle, instantiated particle, variable, a new variable that is the instantiated particle, that is equal to the result of telling the particle to instantiate. Once it has done that, I can take that instance particle. Yeah, it's not instantiated, it's instanced. I can take that instance particle, and tell it to add itself to the tree, but I can't tell it to add itself as the son of as the child of the current node, because that's a node that's about to disappear. So I'll have to add it to the parent. Instance particle point, yeah, self point parent point add a child, the instance particle, and that should instance 3 particles in those 3 exact positions that I want. And those 3 exact positions that I want are going to be 1 right here in the middle, 1 over to the left of the brick, and 1 over to the right of the brick. And that should give the illusion that there are particles just spawning all around, right? No. Static on a base object of key parent. Is that not a property? Okay, it's not. Let's see. I'm looking for a way to get the parent. I know there is, but I don't remember which one it is. Get parent, okay, yeah, it's called as a function. There you go. Let's see. No particles. Actually, here's something that I should do. I should take this timer and copy it into this scene. There you go. No particles appearing. Right, because I instanced them, but I didn't put them in the position, did I? Instance particle point position has to be the position of each of those markers. So instance particle point global position has to be equal to the particle marker point global position. And that should work. It's not. Maybe if I move it before Q3, that shouldn't make a difference, but you never know. No. No, still no. Oh, what am I doing wrong? Oh, wait. There you go. Okay. So then it would have to be yeah, we just have to make sure that that is enabled, right? So particle break yeah, as a CPU particle, and then just tell it to enable itself. Emitting, that's what it's called. Yeah, so just take that and tell it to emitting equals true. Okay, yeah, and then we gotta make it like a lot shorter and a lot smaller. So let's take the... Well, first of all, let's give it a bit of gravity, right? 9.8 is too much, but like surely 5. And then let's make the size, the scale, rather than being 20, let's make it like 10, 10, with the same follow. And then make it like a lot shorter. So it's still 8, but let's give it like a 0.1 time scale. There's something here though. I want them to stay alive for 25.25, but I don't want them to be emitting for that long. I don't really get how to do that. Okay, Googling again. that's how you do that. Okay, then let's make it more. Let's make it like 20. There you go, that's a lot better. Okay, so how does that look? Sort of alright. Maybe 20 is too much. The problem is that they sort of emit too much of a shape, right? So let's make it, rather than 20, let's keep them as 8, but then also make the initial velocity like more variable, so that they don't do like such a noticeable cloud. Okay, excellent. Okay, excellent. Okay, so we have that particle. Let's also give another particle to the ball, so that every time it bumps into something, it emits a little bit of a blip, right? So that should be easy. We can just do this, copy and paste. No, not like that. And just do copy, duplicate. Then this would be the duplicate, and this will be the blip. No, ball particle. And this ball particle will be much like the normal particle, except that the amount emitted will be like 2. And it will be a lot smaller, like rather than being 10, this will be like 5. Oh yeah, well, yeah, of course. I made the particle, but then I have to make sure that they exist, that something makes them happen, right? So, okay, so I mean, it's the same thing. So just the ball is going to have a reference to this particle, right? It's a packed scene, and then I just have to emit them using the same method that I did for the brick. So the brick, basically all this, but except for the ball, and except that it has to happen when the ball collides with anything. So if collision count is larger or equal to 0, do that. And then, yeah, of course, I forgot. Then the ball has to know who that particle scene is that I want to instantiate. So it should be this. Okay, that's not the effect that I wanted, but that's not a terrible effect. Right, it's not larger or equal to 0, it's larger than 0. Oh yeah, excellent. I'm gonna have to download a library of sound effects so that I can start putting them in. But we'll check that later because there's gameplay to do. Okay, so 4 hours and 43 minutes left. Crap. This is difficult. Okay, so what do I do first? So one of the things that I need to do, right, the other thing is the player has a number of lives, it loses all its lives game over, and the lives meter just sort of appears in the corner of the screen, and when a ball goes below the bottom, the player should lose a life, and then the whole thing should reset. Not the whole stage, but the ball should reappear in the middle and all that. Simple, interesting, and the best part is the hurry team. I assume you're talking about No Life, No Peace. I always forget the name of the game. Yeah, that was an idea of the person that I did this game with. They were his original characters, and he liked them like that. Just like a boy you wouldn't think was a boy, and that it's like, and it's good because like it's a good character. Those are good character designs, honestly. I don't know if he has like more art on his Instagram. He told me to put his Instagram on the page, but I don't know if he has those characters in there. To be honest, I don't use Instagram, so I don't follow him. He was really good at art, and the idea for the story is it was also his and everything. It's the whole thing. It was fun making a game. Even if due to time constraints, we ended up having to scrap a bit of a final level where the mysterious pink guy would have just sort of followed you. Like he was the enemy of the third level. We didn't get to make that third level. Fourth level. It was fun. Okay, yeah, the loose conditions. So there's gotta be something that detects whether the ball has left the stage, right? So just an invisible collider over here. At child node, this would be a static, not a collider, but an area, right? Area 2D. And this area 2D would need to have a shape. Collision shape, and then this area 2D needs to be like here, right? And then the shape needs to be large enough to catch the ball no matter what. So give it a rectangle. Well, actually, rather than a rectangle, I can give it a world boundary. And then if the ball falls below this line, no matter where it is, anywhere in the world, it's going to trigger this, right? And so when this area detects the ball, then it goes, oh, that's a game over. That's a life loss, right? That you've lost a life. It's very good, but the only problem is there's not like an explanation about the key binding. It took like a lot of time to figure out the keys. Yeah, that's some feedback that we got as well. There's like a graffiti in the wall that is supposed to be that, but it's not very clear that it's asking you to press the Z key. Sorry about that. I should go back to a bunch of those games and modify them and just fix little things like that. Sometime. So we have this world boundary, and then Alright, so then this thing has to detect when the ball hits it, right? So or actually, wouldn't it be better if the ball hit? No, it wouldn't, because it's the boundary itself should have. Because I don't want to put a bunch of code in a place where the like I don't want to bloat the ball with code, right? It would be better if this guy held some of it, if nothing else, just to keep it separate. So this area 2D, we give it a script, and this is the kill area. And this is dead easy, right? So class name, kill area, and then when this area, we have a signal here. When a body enters this area, this doesn't need to be connected, actually, does it? You check if that body is the to check if that body is the ball. So if body is ball, then you shall do something. If body is ball, then player should explode, right? Well, actually, let's give you a reference to let's give you a reference to the ball scene so that we can respawn the ball, right? We can eliminate the ball, respawn the ball, and then that respawn ball is going to have all its parameters reset rather than having to reset them manually through code on the ball that already exists, right? So export ball scene act scene. Q3 ball, Q3 the ball, so Q3 body. Then find the player and tell him to die, right? Find the player and make it explode. We're gonna need like an animation for the player to explode. Well, no, we don't. We just need a bunch of particles. Everything with particles. We only have 4 hours. We can't be making animations here. Right, so the player should have a method for that, right? For exploding. So let's do that. Function, explode. And we're gonna make it fancier, but for now, all it's going to do is disappear. So self point Q3, right? So then this area should free the body, then tell the player to explode. How do I find the player? We use a group. Use a group. The player is going to be part of a group. I'm gonna create a new group. That is a global group. It's gonna be player. So we're gonna call it player. I'm gonna call it player. And then on the kill zone, it's going to it's going to take this body. It's going to take this player, so we have to find the player. So player is going to be equal to, we're going to have a new variable called player that is going to be equal to get scene get tree get scene, right? Get tree find. Oh no, how do you do that? Find nodes. Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to ask Google. Google, how do I find the nodes in a particular group in GD script? Get nodes in group on the scene tree singleton. So okay, yes, so get tree, get nodes in group, and the group is player, and then, well, actually that's gonna give me an array of all the nodes. Can I get a single one? Is that a thing? Actually, we don't need to get the nodes because I can just call group. Yeah, I can just call the group directly. And then the area doesn't need to know if there even is a player. You can just say, hey, if there is a player there anywhere, just do this function. Yeah, that's better. and then the group is player, and the method that we want to call is explode, right? That's what I called it, I think. Explode, yeah. There you go, no references. And that should make it so that when we lose the ball dies and the player also dies, right? I think it's because I disconnected the function. I think I should have not done that. Yeah, it is. It probably is because of that. Yeah, okay, so it happens. Okay, that's good. So now I can do the same thing that I did to the other thing to the paddle, but rather than being like those quick little particles, these should be like very slow ones. So let's take a little break. Let me go to the restroom. Give me a minute. Okay, when I went to the bathroom, I realized just how hungry I have been, so I just also went and made myself a sandwich. Great use of the time, right, isn't it? With an 8-hour challenge, I can't really go the whole thing without a bit of a snack. Give me one sec. Fuck, I choked. Okay. So, one unfortunate consequence of me verbalizing everything for the sake of the stream is that makes me work slower. Which, for a challenge like this, might actually be a bit counterproductive, and as it starts getting closer to the limit, I may have to just go full silent on the stream so that I can lock in. So if that ends up happening and it's just kind of boring to watch, sorry, not that sorry, but a little bit sorry. We'll see though, we'll see. When we get to like 2 hours, we'll see how the state of the game is. One second. Jesus. Right, so I want the player to explode in a similar way to the particles and everything else. Let's create a duplicate of this particle thing. Duplicate. We'll call it player particle. Oh god, sorry about that. Player particle. This particle is going to be similar, but it's going to be, for one thing, it is going to be red. Dark red, like blood. Then the amount will be like way higher. The time that they stay alive will be like 3 seconds. The velocity will be the same at the start, but it will like go down by a lot. It'll be something like something gravity will be like rather than 300, it'll be like 200, just a lot smaller. The idea is for it to be like, not like it's being destroyed in a way, right? And let's make it a bit less explosive so that no, not that much, like this. Yeah, it's good enough. And then the scale. Actually, that's fine, because you're not gonna be able to see that part because they're gonna have fallen beneath by that time. And then, okay, and then the player is going to have like those 3 markers. Actually, we're just gonna use the left marker, the right marker, and the central position. Like, why not, right? Then we need that. We need to do the same function as the thing. So we're gonna do the same thing that we did for the brick. We're gonna take this script and we're going to copy this part of it. We're gonna put it on the player, and then when the player explodes, it's gonna queue free itself first, but then it's also going to do this stuff, and it's going to do it 3 times. 1 for left particle, 1 for right particle, and 1 for the middle position. So rather than that, we're going to write a function so that we don't have to write that 3 times. So func spawn particle at position. Export variable particle so that we can reference that. It's going to be a packed scene. Take the particle, we instance it, and rather than the particle marker, it will be just the position. And then, yeah, spawn particle at left marker, left marker, point global position, then the right marker, point global position, and then just the global position. What's the warning? Given position, given position. There you go. And that should spawn those things so long as I feed it to it here. So you know that it's the player particle that we want right here. So when the player dies, right? So the player just sort of dies, it explodes. Ideally, it would look like an explosion, but I don't know. Maybe this panel is made of flesh. Okay. So now we need the reset to happen, right? I think the reset would be super easy. I just need a new paddle and a new ball, and the ball can just appear, but the paddle should appear from below and then come up, right? And that should be super easy because I would have the paddle. The paddle has here a starting Y, so I can take that starting Y. Yeah, starting Y equals my global position point Y, and then I shunt it down, like, I don't know, something like 200 pixels, I think. Yeah, let's say 200 pixels. Global position, or just position at this point. Position point Y equals position plus 200. And then it is always every frame position point Y. And then always every frame it's going to lerp towards that initial position. So from global position to global starting Y with a factor of 0.8, so it's a pretty strong lerp. And that's gonna make it so that it always stays at that Y position. No, that's too strong. That's too strong. Let's make it slower. Let's make it like 0.2. So you see the paddle come up, right? And so the idea is when the paddle does this, it respawns. It'll have a timer, right, that leads to that. Actually, it should be less than 0.2. That was way too quick even. Let's make it like 0.05. You can't see it because it happens too quickly, like before the scene has time to switch on OBS, but trust me, it's happening. So here's another thing we can do. Let's make it so that that happens, but the paddle just sort of waits a little bit, right? So let's have a new resource. Let's add a new child node that is a timer. This timer is a one-shot and it does auto start and it has a wait time of, let's say, 1 second. 1 second is actually pretty good. Then when this timer expires, it should notify the player and then the player should then unlock that thing, right? So we have this variable that represents whether it's locked on the y-axis. So variable locked, let's call it y-locked. Y-locked, it starts as true, right? So it starts y locked for 1 second and then it starts going. So y locked equals true. Then if not y locked, you do this. So it only does that little lerp when it's not y locked, and it's going to stop being y locked when that timer expires, which is 1 second from spawning. Why? Because this gives me some time for that game over, right? The rice bot, he had it. Yes, for the new year. Also, we need to get the lore of this VTuber avatar consistent, okay? Like, I know that I play it very loose with that shit. Like, I don't have like you know, like I don't have like a deep complicated lore, but we need to fucking decide on what this thing is. I've decided long ago that this is a bowl of mochi, and you people are just not following suit. I'm not a rice ball. I'm not a potato. I'm not a rice ball. I'm mochi. Mochi. You know, like mochi, like the fluffy stuff that dangles are made of. That's what I am. Come on. Get on with the script, guys. Right, so let's pretend that I didn't just say all that. Okay, so yeah, that works. Okay, so 0.05, let's make it 0.1. I actually don't mind it if it's faster, if it's gonna have a little startup time like that, and let's make the startup time a bit longer. Let's make it 3 seconds. So then 3 seconds, and the paddle appears. Actually, 3 seconds is too long. Let's make it 2 seconds. Game starts, paddle appears. And the idea is that when you game over, right, the boundaries on top of making sure, when the paddle game's over, when the paddle game overs, it is going to check with a separate system that checks how many lives you have left. Now, I haven't made that system yet, so we're gonna do that. But then that system, well, that system should respawn the paddle when that happens, right? And it should know the position of the paddle, the ideal position of the paddle. It should know it, right? So yeah, we're gonna need that UI system. So yeah, we're gonna need to create a new scene. This is gonna be a user interface scene. It's going to be the life counter. Life counter. This life counter is going to have a child. There is some text. A label, yes. It's gonna be like times 10, right? How many lives do you have left? I fucking hate typesetting. We're just gonna use the default type setting. Label settings, horizontal layout, localization, tooltip, focus, mouse, input, accessibility, theme, theme overrides. Just make a new theme for this. And make this like, can I change the type setting like super easy? Font color is black, but with an outline that is white, and then we're gonna give it an outline. The outline is going to be like gray. And then we're gonna make the font like bigger. What's a font that just looks good? I don't really care. It's just literally all I needed is to not be the default font. Yeah, sure, I'll give it more weight. Yeah, can I make it like bigger? Like bigger font size? Yes, okay. There you go. We don't care about all these other preview things. Yeah, so that's a good enough font. And then we can give it like actually, let's keep it that simple. Let's have it be like lives times 10. You have 10 lives. Actually, I probably want to give it less than 10. Or actually, I think 10 is fine. I mean, whatever, right? Okay, so then this live counter is going to need a script. Dash script, live counter script. Yes, for the live counter folder, put the script folder, put it here. Live counter folder. By the way, next, if you're watching, if you're not seeing the stream, then you may not realize why I am so talking so fast and so freaked out. This is a challenge. We're finishing the game. I have 4 hours left, which is a very small amount of time for this kind of thing. But I think I can finish the game. It's gonna be an ugly ass game though. It's gonna be, oh fuck, awful to look at. Last name, life counter. And it's gonna have like a function that is function subtract, or yeah, subtract life. Yep. And we're gonna just do pass on this, right? I do see, it's about why I'm not talking, allowing for focus. Yeah, thank you. You can talk, I just may not respond, but you can talk. Lives, so variable lives. Let's say that starts at 10. Actually, it should be an exported variable so that I can change that. Export variable lives 10. Okay, then I need a function that is update the label function. Update label. And all this does is take the label that we should know, so we have to export it as well. At export var label, which is a type of label. And then, yeah, update the label by taking the label point text equals lives times plus the number of lives that we have, right? That'll update the label. So when you start up, the first thing that you should do is update your label. So also not in 3DS games, so other reason not for that. Not to chat. To be fair, you never chat all that much anyway, so I always appreciate you being here. I realize that we have come up a little bit dismissive. Like, you don't chat anyway, what good are you for? You know? God. Ooh, fucking OPT small time streamer gets a single viewer, immediately goes to their head, huh? Your lands beneath my boot. Label, right. I want to update the label. No, I already did that. Yes, I want to update the label when you're ready. So as soon as you're ready, the first thing that you do is update the label. Power trip. Yes, of course. I deserve all the power. Right, so okay, update the label. Then every time you subtract a life, we say lives equals lives equals 10 lives minus equal 1, subtract 1 life, and then update the label again. We can also just do a super easy effect just for emphasis, so let's do that. Just add child node. This is a timer. This timer has a wait time of half a second. We can have 2 colors, so add export earth color, and then export normal color. And then we can do it so that this timer is one shot. We're gonna have it so that every time you update, you're checking that timer and sending your color to that, right? So update. We're gonna need a reference to that timer at export variable timer. Type of timer, update, take that timer, set your own, modulate. Modulate point, modulate equals color point lerp. No, I don't think that's what it is. Lerp, float, lerp angle. Is it color lerp? Ooh, okay. How I know it exists. Color lerp GT script. Oh, it's color point lerp. Okay. I had it right the first time. Color point lerp, and that is to the herd color the width of the timer point time it's alert that doesn't work exactly like all the others, so it kind of threw me out. Yeah, it's not a function that you call from a global instance of the color lerp that allows you to lerp between two values. It's a function that you call on a specific color to lerp it towards the value. Same difference, but it's just the syntax is different, so it threw me off. Yeah, so you do that, and then as this timer goes to 0, you go from full red to like the normal color again. So when you heard like this color would sort of pulse a little bit, right? And that just creates emphasis. So then yeah, you subtract the life, and then then we can make different cases for when life equals -1 and when it doesn't, right? Then we have to make it so that this thing is accessible to another script, right? Because the whatchamacallit, the boundaries, this boundary needs to pass that on to that life counter, right? I can't just give it a reference to the life counter because the life counter is going to exist outside of this. So perhaps the best way to do this would be to if this should be like a global script, right? Shouldn't it? That's sort of the impression that you get, right? But if it's global, I can't just start exporting things, can I? Godot, how do I make a script global? I'll still have in exported variables. Okay, project settings. You can't see this bit. Autoload, Decepticon. Globals. Autoload, yes. The scene file. Oh, that's how you do it. Okay. Scene file. It's the UI, so it's called the life counter. And then do the name life counter. Yes. Okay. So that's the case. What I can do is just this is essentially the same thing. Just that the Godot doesn't like it because I tried to do it in two different ways, right? Yeah. So then that's the life counter now. And because it's done that way, then it's going to always be loaded when I do this, right? Oh, you can't do that. Okay, well, can I? How do I? GD script. Oh wait, no, you concatenate different than this one, don't you? It's like this. Oh, okay. GD script int to string. How? Oh, okay, it's just called stir. So yeah, they changed the name of it in the last update, so that makes sense. Right, they didn't tell you what the label is. This is the label. The herd color should be red. The normal color should be full white. The timer is this guy. And you start with 10 lives. I don't see the lives counter here, which is troubling. Okay, so first of all, first question, is it loading at all, the script? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Okay, so the script is loading, so why is the thing not visible? Is it rendering outside? Is it just rendering way too small? Like, what happens if I take the scene and add it here? Right, so part of the idea would be that once the bolt, the problem is now it's doing the thing twice, right? Like you see here in the print, it's a bit behind me, but if you see it right there, it's saying that it exists twice, which I don't. Okay, let's ask Google again. I added a scene as a global auto load. Okay, I'm reading Godot documents for a little bit. Transition is what it should be. I see it, it's there. But it's under. Oh, so it does exist, but it's under. Okay, how do I... It's the Z index. Okay, so I gotta make the Z index higher. Okay, that part is easy, I can just do this. Z index... Just make it like actually it's the UI, it should be on top of everything. Make it like 100. There you go. Okay, so now you have life times 10. Perfect. Okay, we need to make it so that when it dies, lives goes to lives goes -1. The whole point of making that a singleton is not actually a singleton, of making that a global, was that when the boundaries detect all that and they make the player disappear and everything, they can directly call the life counter. So I can go like, hey, life counter, subtract life. And that should make it so that the life counter goes to 9 and then everything else happens. Or the number just sort of does the thing that it's supposed to do. Okay, it didn't do the color modulation thing, and I wonder if that's a thing, if that's a functionality that even exists with text fields. It does. Okay, so then what's the deal? Why is it not modulating in the way that I expect? Because the timer is not starting when the life is subtracted, is it? Yeah, okay. Just use the time that you had. Okay, but it didn't do the modulation thing, did it? Why is it not doing it? Oh, yeah, because I put an update, which is the Unity name, it's process. God damn it. Fuck you, Unity. You ruined my life once again. I didn't pay attention. Did it actually do the color thing? Yes, it did. Okay, amazing. Okay, I'm gonna reverse the colors on the label though, on the theme, because it looks prettier that way. There should be, this one should be A1 and this one should be 0. Yeah. There you go. Excellent, 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 excellent. Okay, so now we keep track of your lives. What I needed to do now is, well, first of all, I need the ball to not be able to start going down when you press space. If you press space when the player hasn't yet moved, it is yet still locked, right? So the ball is the one that does that, doesn't it? Yeah, the ball checks if the player's is action. So then what it's going to do is it's going to just do a call on the player. This is the dirtiest way to do this code, and I shouldn't do it this way, but time. So wait, how do I do this? The player. Oh, well, actually, no, I can make it smarter. Because the timer on the player is 2 seconds, so I can just make it so that the ball won't react on the first 2 seconds of its existence, and because it is spawned alongside the player, then it doesn't matter. Yeah, okay. Timer. Again, terrible way to do this. If you were trying to scale up this game, you wouldn't do it this way. It will be a headache later, but later assumes that I'm not, that I don't have a constraint development of 3 hours and 44 minutes right now, so. And then this timer, and then when this timer expires, it is going to be the ball. It is going to be variable on reactive boolean, and then we're gonna do when the timer expires on reactive equals false. Ready on reactive equals true, and then here and not on reactive. There you go. So you spam space right now, it doesn't do anything. Then the player comes up and now it reacts. Except this timer has to auto start and be a one shot. Doesn't react. Now it reacts. Hell yeah. Okay. Small break. Gonna refill my water bottles. Gonna open the door a little bit so that the air is not so stale in here. Give me 1 second. So, from this point on, I'm going to be a bit more silent. So, apologies for that, but I think it's the amount of time that I have left and the idea that I have do not mesh well unless I really lock in. So that's what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to still be talking sometimes, but for the most time it's going to be silent focus time. So yeah. Oh, hold on a minute. Hold on. Actually, I know I just said that, but give me a second. I left the water running by accident. Stupid. Okay, here we go. Look in, focus mode. 3 hours and 36 minutes. Yeah, we need to respawn that thing, so surely the light counter should be the one in charge of that, so you subtract the life, please respawn another thing, right? When the player gets created, it tells this guy what its position is so that it can record that position. So, like counter, default play position, default position equals the global position at the current, and then that guy just knows what that position forever. So then this guy, when it comes time for this guy to respawn the player, it'll know where to do it, so... Okay, yeah, that's better. Okay, right, so let's see. Only those two are debug. And this guy knows where the player is, so when he's asked to make a new player, we need the reference to the player, so, or to the scene that the player is. And then we instantiate it, so. instance player, keep a reference to that, so we can move it to the position that we want. So instance player going to global position is going to be equal to the default player position. And get the root and then add the player to that. So get root, add child, it's the instance player, and now it exists. We need to do something different for the ball, so let's actually change these into their own functions so that they're easier to keep track of. Same for the ball, so one ball, and then it's gonna need to have the same reference up here. Scene, scene here, and pretty much the same structure with some names changed. It's instance ball is the ball scene instantiated, and the instance ball is this with the default ball position that we will get soon. To get rid of the instant ball, and then we need a reference to this. We need to save this as a variable as well. So variable default ball position, and same as before, the ball is the one who's in charge of telling this when it spawns. So since the player rather. Equals global position. And that should make it so that when the player dies, a new ball appears and everything just happens, right? No. Right, because I have to add those references. I forgot. Okay, so packed scene, we give it the player. No, not a new packed scene. The player. And for the ball scene, much the same. And then shit didn't happen. Okay, well, what's going on here? I think I fixed it. The ball appears and the player should appear. But it doesn't. Okay, well, what's going on? We have debugger errors here. Can't change this state while flashing queries. This is what I mean about it. It says things that I just don't understand when it errors. This is what I don't like about it. But Thing called a third? Should work? I mean, you're saying they might, so... Still the same errors? Kind of, well, not really. Child. And then the same should work for this, right? So... that. I'm not sure why that would work, but that's what the debugger is saying. So I'm trusting it blindly at this point. No errors. But the player hasn't spawned. Okay. Maybe the player did spawn and it just spawned it too low. Yeah, definitely that. So that goes there. Oh, excellent. Oh, look at that. Okay. Player dies. Lives go down, player reappears, right? And the ball just gets put back in the middle. And then you can just restart again. Okay, so now we need some sort of game over condition. We're gonna make this super simple because 3 hours and 23 minutes. So it's gonna be just something like this. I can take up the entire screen. Right? And so if the size of my screen is not 920 by 1080, then I'm gonna make it what I said right now. 128. Look at this stupid fucking size. Look at this stupid screen size. Okay, whatever. And then a label. And this is just gonna say game over. Oh no. Horizontal alignment center. I'll put it like right here. Right here. This is going to be like an override theme. Yeah, there you go. And then this will just be made visible when the thing happens, right? So with the last life, it's going to find a reference to that and then make it visible. Actually, I should have done this here, right? Shouldn't I? Put it here. And then I can have an internal reference. Game over screen. Control. And then, yeah, if this, then... Otherwise, game over screen. When show, right? And that should make it work. The only sort of caveat being that that's going to be quite a sudden transition, but that's fine. Okay, let's give that a shot. Actually, let's start with only 3 lives, because come on, man. Don't have time for this. With just 1 life, actually. Actually, no, give me 2 so that I can see them both working in the same run. 2 lives. And then 1 more. Ooh. Oh, right, it's null. Right, because I didn't set it. Yes, there you go. And then it should. Okay, come on, you dickhead. Yeah, why are you there? What do you think you're doing there? It's crashing. First crash of the day. Oh, great. No, it didn't crash. Okay, good. It's like in the process of crashing. Because it's reacting, but it's not letting me click on the things. It's not... Okay, now it is. Good. Okay. You should not be visible. You should not start visible. Okay, yeah, and then when I die, 3 times... There you go, game over, that thing. It's not very pretty, but it works. Almost halfway there. So what I need is for the stage to have those bricks and for it to know when all the bricks have been destroyed. When the stage knows all the bricks have been destroyed, in this, because I feel like a grid is a good way to sort of know. So if I do this and then I can set up a new tile map, right? Make a new tile set resource. Tile, new tile set. Yeah, and this is just the bricks, right? And then I give it this tile set. And then in the tile set I can add a tile, and that tile is the brick. And so the idea would be that now I can go to the tile map and begin painting bricks along the grid. Now this grid is not going to be the size that I want, but that's a thing for later. How do I draw on the tile map again? Holy crap. Yes, okay, so that works. Okay, so now I can just set it to the size. So how do I set the size of this tile map? Rendering, no. Physics, navigation. Is it on the tile set actually? No, okay, so it's gotta be on the tile side, tile set. Okay, Google, tell me, GD script. How do I change GD? Go to changing the grid size of a tile map layer. Select the tile set, click on the chosen tile set, and that'll open a few options. Ah, there you go, that's where. Okay. So let me put this here and here. Right. So the idea would be that I want these to be. Actually, yeah, just move this to be like here, and then I can change that how I want. So that'll be like about this big. It doesn't have to be exact, and about this tall, and then just a little bit more, just like 3. No, 53 is too little. Like 60. Too much. Let's say 58. I'm vertically like 25. Oh, excellent, excellent, excellent. And now I can use the tile map to draw the field, right? There are all the bricks. And then eventually, when I have other types of bricks, I can add those to the tile set, and then they'll. Oh, amazing! This works. This just works. Okay, so then we don't need actually these bricks on this node. They're just going to be on the tile map. Then we can move the tile map a little bit just so that it adjusts better. I'm going to put it here and then just delete everything for now. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna create a tile set here, and we're gonna just add a bunch of them for the sake of testing. Right? I'm gonna have this like here. And then we can just have this scene work, and this is fine, right? Okay, this is exactly the game that you expect it to be. This is exactly what it is. So here's the thing, I could just put this out and say that I completed the challenge, because this is a game. This is a game. But do you think that I would be happy with that? Honestly? No, I'm going harder. And if I fail in the end, everybody will know that I could have done it, and I just chose to be better. Well, actually, in reality, really what I should do, right, if I were a sensible person, is begin working on polish. Make this look pretty, because 3 hours is more than enough time to make it look pretty, right? given that I already have this much. Start adding sound effects, start adding art. You know? You could, I could. That's not what I'm gonna do. Because I'm the weird gameplay guy in my mind, right? I'm the person that does that, so that's what I want to do. Right, and the whole idea for this was a well, actually no, it's not done. There are things that are missing. There's the win condition, right? The game still doesn't detect that you have that you have won, right? But that's a different thing. But no, I do want to make a weird gameplay gimmick. And I think I could. I think I might have enough time to do that. Okay, I'll tell you what. In 4 minutes, we will be halfway there with the time. So I'm going to take a break until then. Just because it's a nice breaking point. So I'm gonna just throw the BRB screen and take a little break, open the windows and everything, you know? And see you in 4 minutes. Oh, sorry. Did I say 4 minutes? I meant closer to 10. Sorry about that, but I decided that I was going to get some coffee. That probably is going to help. At the very least, it won't hurt. Unless I start getting like a heart attack or something in the middle of this. I don't expect that to be happening. Okay, again, I'm gonna be in focus mode for this because it's the last 3 hours, it's the latter half of the challenge. I just gotta finish this. Okay, so these guys are going to need to tell the game somehow that they've all been destroyed, right? What can I think for that? Probably an area. There is a brick detector that has a square inside of it. And then every time a brick starts, it checks if it's inside of any brick detector, and if it is, then that brick detector tells the stage, hey, these are the bricks that we have. And then when all of them are dead, those bricks, yeah. So we're in a script that is exactly that. Yeah, we're gonna need a list of all the overlapping bodies. In bodies, and body. And let's see what this prints. Because if it prints every brick, then we're in good shape. It didn't. Yeah, so it's not detecting all the bricks from get overlapping bodies, is it? Okay, no biggie. We can just call the third. So I'm just open the window. So you can't hear the dogs. Call the fur. Register Rex. And that should make it so that it calls this on the next frame, so. No. Are the bricks not bodies? No, they are bodies. Are you calling this at all? You are calling it. Okay, so you're just not detecting the bricks. One last try on this approach. It's gonna call it every frame, but yeah, so you are detecting the own process. Okay, so there's a way that we can fix this then. We're gonna make it so that this calls on first process, so. Bricks, and then tell you that bricks registered. The bricks has been registered. And so then it'll do this only on the first frame. Right, so it's yeah. Yeah, okay. So then on registering the bricks, it's gonna be for each if body is brick, then increase a count. So brick amount equals brick amount is an int, so that will hold the number of bricks that exist in this stage, right? And by doing this, we ensure that it will only detect bricks and not other stuff. And brick amount plus equals 1. And then we go brick amount equals 0. And then just for good measure, I'm going to print here so that I know how many you're detecting, and we can see if it's the right amount. 44. Okay, 44. And how many layers do we have? We have 4 layers of 11. They should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, good. So we have the right amount of bricks registered. But what do we do now? Every time a brick is destroyed, it should check whether it's in a brick detector area, and if it is, it tells the brick detector, hey, I've been destroyed, subtract 1 from your count. When that count is 0, level complete. So, brick on destroy. Receive hit, yes, to whatever, 1 Q free. Okay, rather than do this, we should do it like this. Why? Because if I have a secondary type of brick that I want another reaction to have, I still want it to have the destroy method as a separate thing that it can do under other conditions. So, function destroy, then do that. Then, on destroy, there's a smarter way to do this. Create it as a signal and then have the thing react to that signal. That way it subscribes to the signals. So we're not getting detection errors again. Signal was destroyed. Was destroyed. Emit. Then the boundaries, when they register the brick detector, when it registers a brick, that's part of what it's doing. So it doesn't need to know actually how many bricks are left. Every time you find a brick, take that body and take that was destroyed signal. Was destroyed signal. And connect a function of yours to it. No, I actually do need to know how many bricks there were. Connect the signal on brick was destroyed, and then function on brick was destroyed is going to be the reaction to whenever a brick is destroyed within of the bricks that you're looking at, and then subtract from that the brick amount, and then if that amount is now equal to 0, that means that all of them have been destroyed. Print, you win. So let's, for the sake of testing that, remove most of the bricks in the stage. Just keep like these two. Then we'll see. When we destroy that, they should print a message on the console, right? 2, you win. Okay. That's not what should have happened. It shouldn't have been what happened. I'm sure I get it. Yeah, you're just printing you win immediately. One and zero. So okay. So you're printing 1 and 0, so that means that this is happening twice. So the signal being called twice? Is that what's happening? Yes. Why is it being called twice? Is this being called twice? That should be the only way that this could happen. It is being called twice. You receive a hit when the ball says you do. Right, because the ball can collide with things multiple times. Okay, then it's easy. The brick can only receive one hit each frame, so we can do it as if not as been hit this frame, then do that and say that you have been hit this frame. I should do it. There you go. Okay. So it reacts the right way. It knows that you won. But it doesn't really do anything yet. The stage should open the flaps at the side whenever you win. So yeah, that is so that you can travel to the stages to the side, right? Yeah, just doing some. Then we have these boundaries. Yeah, right. And then we have this, and then we can start construct, because this is the world. So we can start constructing it from stage, right? We have this stage node, and we'll give it like, say, yeah, gonna have boundaries. We're going to have, since these have a collision, then I'm going to need another version of the right wall and the left wall. No, not another version, another position of them. So yeah, like one here and one here for when the player is allowed to go through, right? So we're going to need two markers that are going to keep those positions. Lower marker, marker 2D, and another one. One is going to be this lowered position, so the right wall transform this position. The vertical position is the only one that matters. And then this, which will be around this height. Actually, I shouldn't guess, I should see. So put the world, put a stage here. Right here, which is about where it will be. And save the boundary. Yeah, that's way higher than it needs to be, so here. Yeah, that's enough. And then this, we take this position, put it on the other marker. Right there. This is the marker. This is the closed marker. And so each of these is going to be a wall that can be opened or closed, and that's a super simple script that I'm going to just write. All. Wall. Full variable open full export variable open. then we're gonna have function process lerp strength so that they move smoothly. Oops. Here we do we need a reference to the bulk markers, so export our closed marker to D and export our open marker to D, and then if open, a variable target mark equals something that target mark. If open target mark is the open mark, else target high mark is the closed mark. On position Y is going to be the lerp from transform point position point Y to target mark point position point Y, weight lerp strength. Yeah, there you go, that's how you write that. And then this one's going to need to have the same script, so just this wall script, which also these scripts should be on the script folder. And then having this script, I need a reference to each of those markers. So open marker, no, I put them backwards. Close mark, open mark, close and open, okay. Right, give me 1 second then. Okay, we're back. This is pretty ambitious. I honestly don't think that I'll make it. At least not to the scale that I want to. In any case, I know that I have a game already done, but well, we'll see. Right, so these two open and close regarding that. The lerp strength should be something like 0.2, 0.1 probably. They should start closed. Right, then this boundaries thing should have a script. Because this thing is just Should do the work. So then you can call this open the gates and it'll open whichever weights are applicable. Then the stage. We have this, and we can have so that the stage, the break detector checks when the stage is completed, right? Then signal. Emits a signal, and then that the bolts react. Stage completed. Stage completed. Stage completed. Point emit. Right? Then take this. Then yeah, just hook it up, right? So then stage completed. Tell the boundaries. Boundaries, what do? They open the gates. Right, because this is the default scene now. How do I change the default scene? Oh, come on, how do I make it the default scene? Project settings, application run. Okay, project settings, application run, main scene. It is now the one that's called world. Yeah, almost, you piece of shit. Okay, well, I know that this camera is somewhere where it shouldn't be, so like it should be here. But what's up with the rest? What's up with this stuff not even showing up? Oh, okay, it was showing up. I guess I just hadn't saved. Okay, it emitted the signal. Or actually, did it emit the signal? We just don't know. We just don't know. Oh, no, yeah, it did. It probably did because the boundaries should be tagged as left openable and right openable. They should also know who is their left wall and right wall. Then the walls themselves know the markers, so that's fine. Yeah, and then those open, and then you can hit to the right, and then the camera will just sort of follow you. Fuck, yeah, okay, so yeah, this is, okay. I don't know if I remember, I don't remember if I told you about the idea of what I'm doing. It's an Arkanoid Metroidvania, that's the idea. Of course I'm going to make it super minimal, like maybe one upgrade, right? But that is the plan. So yeah, because this is a rather short game, I would rather squeeze some gameplay out of this first stage. So let's keep it more or less long. Let's have this be... just have a bunch of breaks, right? Then I need these bricks to sort of drop something as well. Hold on, no, probably don't want them to be so close to the top, just so that to allow for the possibility of the ball bouncing up there, which is always the most satisfying part of these games, isn't it? Yeah. And then this should sort of start dropping things, right? I need to make a power that is a collectible. Because that's the basis for the upgrades, right? Like at first you'll think they're just normal powers, but then you'll realize, oh, the ones that I drop here do not allow me to complete this level, but also the doors remained open, so maybe I can just go back, and then you go back, and then, oh, the one to the other side you can complete with the stuff that you got on the right. Oh my god, it's a Metroidvania. And then the game ends because it's very short. Yeah, so these need to be able to drop something. It should have a sprite. Should itself be a control area. Is that an area? The body. Character body. And then it should have a shape. Put this shape into the world just for the sake of being able to see the size, right? It is recognizable as a power because it's falling, but like maybe we'll put a letter on it. That's honestly, we don't have time for polish here. So here we had a script, and that script is just gonna move it down. So full speed. Process. Why is this thing just disappearing? Oh, it's not now. Weird. Okay, so then we give it a speed, let's say 20. It has to be slow so that you can catch it, right? Yeah, but that's way too slow. Come on. Like 60 maybe. Yeah, okay. As well, this should not be a character controller, actually. It should be an area. So... Right, the idea is the player grabs it and then something happens. So let's see. We need the player to detect when it collides with the thing. So actually, no, this thing should detect when the player enters it. If body is a player, then give the player that power. Power. Player get power. We're gonna add them as strings. And then the player needs to get that power, so get power, power name, print the power name, and we will know that the signal has been passed. Not player, the body. The body that is a player, but you know. Didn't print shit. Actually, no, I think I know what it is. Generic. Yeah, no, it is, okay. Okay, so I need a power to be given to you on stage 1. I'm thinking that the power should just be extra lives, right? Not because that's very fun and exciting. It super isn't, but I have 2 hours to finish this. So here's what we will do. The bricks are going to need to have a chance when they are destroyed of dropping a power. So try drop power. Chance. Power. And so this is going to roll a number from 0 to that chance. Randomize. No, not randomize. Random. Randy. From 1 to the chance, the power drop chance. So, you know, if the power drop chance is 100, then that means that it is 1 in 100. Power drop chance. If is this inclusive? Inclusive, yes. Okay, so if that equals power drop chance, then drop power. And then function drop power, it's going to be, then here we have an export at export variable power scene. It's power, it's not a power because we don't have it, it's a packed scene that will be a power when instantiated. So then power scene pointing instantiate power scene point global position equals your global position. Power scene. No, not power scene. It's instantiated power. So let's just go to power. Power equals that. New variable. If power is power. If power is not a power type, then that's print error. Tried to drop a non-power as a power. Power sync global position, not the power sync, the power. The power global position is the global position, and then the power get 3 get root add child power. And so the idea is that now this is going to just drop powers, that the bricks are going to be able to drop powers, right? So I can just get rid of this, delete it, and tell the bricks, the normal bricks, oh, I closed that thing. Tell the bricks, hey, you're allowed to drop a power of type power, right? But the chance right now is 0, so let's make it so that they drop it with a 1 in 2 chance, so around every other 2, which is an insanely high chance, obviously, but you know, for testing. Yeah, okay. So that was only 1 power and I destroyed a bunch of bricks. That seems a bit unlikely. Are we sure that it's working? Yeah, no, that's about a 1 in 2 chance. Okay. Then we need the powers to be consumed when they touch the player. Right, so what? Oh, there you go. So, right, so, right, so, okay, so yeah, so, and then the power should be consumed when I touch it. You just gotta be careful not to die, right? Yeah, and it signals on the right, you can see here, well you can't because I'm in the way, but it says they're generic, so that's the type of power that's been dropped. So the player is receiving the signal, it knows that the power has been dropped, the power is consumed when it does, so now it just has to do the effect of the power, right? The player is going to be the one who manages that just because that's the way I did it, and I only have 2 hours to complete this. So let's see. Player. Right, so when it receives the power, it's here. Right, so this first power is the very generic one, so that's gonna be just get an extra life, right? That is very easy because I can just call the life counter. So life counter, life counter point extra life, and then I can have it, or rather give extra life. It's better to use verbs that's give extra life. Well, that's a function, right? So then, okay, life counter. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What do you not like? Oh, right. If our name equals life, call it extra life, then do this, right? Then I have to make sure that that power, first of all, let's make it a color that actually signals, right, the idea of extra life. Let's make it like green, like a soft green, like a lime green, and make it like vertical so that it's like, so that it looks like it's shaded, right? Yeah, there you go. So then the power, and then we'll make it, this one is called extra life. And then we're gonna make variants of this. Right, so then the life counter is going to have a function that is called give extra life, right? So that's what I called it, right? The player function, power player, give extra life. Yeah, that's what I called it. Okay, life counter, give extra life. And then what this is going to be is this is going to give, we're going to create another timer because that's for the visual effect. So life timer is going to work the exact same way. Give extra life. What it's going to do is it's going to, just the same as the subtract life, timer, let's do the life timer, export variable life timer, it's a type of timer, then life timer point start, then life equals +1, so we have an extra life. You start the timer, and that's for the sake of putting a little color on the UI, and then we need to define that color here, variable life color, and then on the process I do if modulate if life timer point it is stopped. If it is not stopped, then modulate yourself in this exact same way, but instead of being from the normal color, do it from the hard color, do it for the light color. And then I just define that light color as a nice green color. And then when you get an extra life, the light counter is going to flash green. Except for the fact that it didn't. Okay. You're not even printing any messages. So what's going on? Oh, right, because I'm not printing them anymore. So the most likely culprit is that this thing might be different to this. They look the same, but I don't know. Did I catch it? I didn't see if I catch it. I was looking at the ball. Oh, okay, so that's what's going on. Yes. Okay, so on top of that, we also need to update the label, and we need to start the timer. That's the thing that was messing up as well. No, I did start the timer. Right there, like timer start. Well, I still did need to update the label. Okay, is that working? Help me, God. Come on. Okay, so you're getting an extra life, but for some reason it's not doing the color thing. Even though it does it fine for the other ones, so what's going on? Maybe that's what we're doing. Just checking for the number instead of just checking for the return of that. Still not painting itself the color. And the thing is, it sort of paints itself the color when I die, like, yeah, and then it goes red. Oh, yeah, no, but yeah, that's what it is. It's this. So then, yeah, so then it's probably better to still check this. So, now flight timer point is stopped. Yeah, because it's checking if one timer is going, but instead it's using the time from the other one because I just copy-pasted the line without thinking. Okay. This is some quick prototyping that you're seeing, by the way. There you go. Okay, not too shabby, not too shabby. Okay. Okay, even if I don't finish this, I'm still pretty proud that, you know, it's gotten this far. Big stretch. Okay, let's see. Sorry about making weird noises. I was stretching. I just sort of forgot that I wasn't streaming for a minute. Oh fuck. Be glad that was one of the strained stretching noises and not one of the moany ones. Because frankly, I don't have the VTuber avatar for that kind of fan service, do I? Oh, what the fuck are these errors? What are you talking about? Where did those even come from? Those errors started appearing after I closed the game. Okay, let's see. Right, so what else do I need? I have the power, I have the system for receiving the powers, I have everything sort of working. Let's make these bricks just drop a life. Maybe instead of 1 every 2 chance, let's make it 1 every 10. That's still pretty generous. I should also make it so that the game starts you with less lives, because if that's gonna be the power-up that you get in the beginning, then you're gonna end up with a bunch of them. So make so that it starts you with like one life. Which is actually 2, because the 0 to life is a thing. Okay. Then... Oh, go dry up. It's just gotta with the mysterious errors. Nuh-uh. when it starts doing that, usually breaks something after a while, so I'm just gonna reset it. Oh, why is it not showing up on the stream? Oh, come on, this is not time for technical difficulties. I only have 1 hour. 2 hours, almost 2 hours. Not quite 2 hours. Give me a second. There we go, okay. Alright, okay, so I have the thing, they're dropping the health, the doors to the side are open, so next I need the camera to move to the place that I want, right? Because there's gonna be other stages on the side. So what we're gonna do is, we're gonna go to the world here, right? And then we're gonna create another stage, a copy of the stage. Except, no, we're gonna create a duplicate of the stage. This is going to be stage L because it's the one on the left, and then we're going to create another duplicate, and this is going to be stage R because it's on the right. And so stage L, give this name so that I remember. It's going to be always open, but only because it's the one on the left, only the right is going to be openable, right? And for stage R, the opposite. It's going to be always open, but only the left is going to be open, right? And so then we go to the world, and we add the stage L to the left here. And the stage R to the right here. Sort of lined up. Honestly, it doesn't matter that much because the camera is going to move. Okay. Stage R, move it a little bit so that it works. So the idea is at the beginning you don't see the others, but then when you beat the stage, the gates open, right? Ah, crap. I need... Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do like a debug thing that'll just open the stages immediately without me needing to complete them, right? Just on the stage. Let's close all the other tabs, right? So we have stage L, stage R, and the world. These are the important ones right now. So we're gonna do on the stage, on the brick detector, we're gonna do a thing where project settings, we're gonna add a new input, and that is going to be the debug input. So just debug going to be just the F2 key, right? And then brick detector is going to do on process. It's going to do if input point is action just pressed and the action is debug, then you're going to just cheat. So just stage completed point emit, just like that. So the idea is going to be that when you complete the stage, you destroy all the bricks. We've tested this, so we know it works. Those open, right? And then you can go there. So we're going to need to have like a thing that's going to let the camera move. So first of all, we're going to need 3 anchor points for the camera, right? So anchor? No, they're not called anchor. I call them anchors, but they're markers. I call them anchors because that's what I anchor, what I attach the camera to. So here goes one. Actually, no, we can do it. We can do this better. We can make this consistent by putting the marker in the stage. So yeah, a child node marker 2D. We're gonna put it like here, right? This is gonna be the camera anchor, right? And then we put one of those here, and one of those here. Now each of them has a camera anchor, so in the world they're just gonna be there. And then because these stages are referenced like that, then I can just be like, hey stage, give me your camera anchor, right? So yeah, create stage port variable camera anchor marker 2D, right? And then we can be like the world. In the world, there's this camera. When the player moves from one camera to the next, it just gets the camera anchor from that stage and moves the camera to there, right? So this camera is going to be, yeah, this is going to need a script. Camera. Last name. Camera. At export variable currently attached stage. It's going to be of type stage, and then when you get a thing that'll let you change stage, right? So function stage change stage currently attached stage equals stage, and then on the process it's going to go towards that every time. So function process delta transform yeah, global position equals lerp global position between global position, yes, between your current global position and the currently attached stage point camera anchor point global position with a string of lerp string, which is a thing that we're going to define here. So at export variable lerp string what are you complaining about? No, nothing. Okay. Number 2D, we're going to give it a lerp strength of like 0.1. That's pretty harsh already. And then the starting camera anchor is going to be the first stage, so it's the one in the middle. Position on the subject of type now. Oh, do the stages not know what their camera anchor is yet? Yeah, no, they don't. Okay, so I just forgot to assign it. Yeah, and then these are going to need to know that. So stage, and they need to have the stage script, and the camera anchor, and then the camera anchor, save, and then put those scripts in the script folder. Okay, there we go. So now it should be. Yes, okay, but this anchor should be a little bit further up. Like this. Yeah, that's good enough. What's that position? That is transform 306, okay. And then if I do this, they open, and then I can go there. But the whole point is that when I go there, there's going to be a thing that changes the currently active stage. Okay, give me 1 second. I gotta go to the rest. Look at the seconds falling from the clock. My God, it really makes you nervous. Okay, so yeah, we have this whole thing, and now what we need is on this world, there have to be like these transitions, right? There have to be these things that are going to transition from one to the other. So the idea would be that they wouldn't be able to touch the stretcher, because if they do, if two of them touch at the same time, it's not gonna work great. It's not gonna do the transitions well. So to put them very separate, I'll put like one of them here and one of them here, right? So the idea would be each of these is gonna have something like that. Right. Well, actually, it wouldn't be better. Yeah, I'm gonna have to copy a bunch of stuff, but that's fine, I think. Okay, yeah, each of these is going to have a child node that is the area to be, that is the enter trigger. Going to have a shape, and this enter trigger is going to be like around here, right? Have a shape that is like a rectangle, going to be like about here. On the other side, going to be like here. And the idea is that when these two enter, they're going to have a script that says the trigger, yeah, area enter trigger, and then they're going to need variable state, the stage that they belong to, right? So if these are going to belong to this stage, this one's going to have that same script, so the enter trigger here, and this one's going to have that stage assigned. Right, and the idea is actually no, they don't need a script. Interstage player. And how is the player going to signal to the camera? Well, the player should have a reference to the camera. It shouldn't, but it's gonna. In the world, we're gonna... No, because if the player has the reference to the camera, then when the player dies and reappears, it's gonna lose it. We can't have that. So how do we do this? We'll have to signal to the world or find the camera somehow. Hang on how. We can find the camera by making it part of a group. Again, very sloppy programming. I wouldn't do it this way if I had the luxury of time. Then on the stage you have these center triggers. They are going to... enter stage, player, how am I finding player before for the killing? To the life counter, I'm pretty sure. No, it's not on the life counter. No, then in that case, it's gotta be on the stage itself, which means that it is on the... No, it will have to be in the world then. On the boundary, so then it's on the stage. The kill zone, yeah. Get tree goal group, yeah. So then, yeah, it will have to be on the stage. Get tree goal group. The group is camera, and you want to call the function change stage to the stage. Change stage to this self. This opens. No, that's stupid, yeah, because the others don't have that yet, so I need to add it to them. Stage. Oh, we're at it. What's going on here? Stage Eleanor should not have kill zones then. And these two should have those enter triggers. Should be at the same place relatively, but they should hold the reference, but they're not gonna be. Which is by sending signals. So body entered to the stage, body entered to the stage, body entered to the stage, body entered to the stage. Hey, let's see if that works. Oh, look at me doing the coding thing. Okay. The one thing is that the control should move alongside the thing, shouldn't it? Here's an alternative approach. No, come on, it should move alongside the camera. Okay. It doesn't move with the camera anyway. Like, isn't that how they're supposed to? Isn't that the whole essence of control UI elements? I know why. It's not a viewport, no. What is it? It's a layer. Layout. It's a layout. Canvas layer, that's what it is. And then I should make this the parent. Actually, no. I don't know. What I should do is change the type of this. Canvas. Okay. And then that makes it so that it's stuck rather than. Please, dear God, let this not break anything. Actually, no, because the only visible stuff, is inside of it, so it doesn't matter if it starts with a control, because that's essentially invisible. Hey, look at this. Okay, we have no time to celebrate. If we want to make this into a real metric video, then what we have to do is make the bricks on one side drop one power-up that is only useful on the bricks on the other side. Then the doors will be open when the thing in the middle. Right. And so the things in the middle, the doors just stay open, but you have to clear both stages, the one on the left and the one on the right, before you can finish the game. That's the whole bit, right? And so there's going to be a door at the top that is going to open only when you have both things, right? And so this is going to be purely functionality. Right, so we need two power-ups, and they have to be distinct because that's the fun of a Metroidvania. So one of them is going to be the laser, because the laser is always the most fun power-up in Arcroid. Like, come on. Another one should be something. It should be different, right? Yeah. So on state, yeah. So we need different types of bricks. They just need to look different. So we're gonna need more bricks. Red brick. Right? Red brick. So the idea is this brick is indestructible unless you have the red power up, right? Then we need the duplicate. And this is the one that gives you the red power up. Is that it should be a color that's pretty close to gray. But with a little twinge of red. This is as far as the graphics are going to get. Okay. So this is the brick that drops you the red power up, right? So we need that red power up now. Power. Red power. The red power is going to be the power of laser. Laser is going to be that when you press the action key, you shoot a little laser. So then, the red power brick drops the red laser power. So that. Then the red brick, this is just the brick that is destroyed by red. This one is going to just drop the normal power. Yeah, just the normal power, because whatever. This one gets destroyed when you... I got them backwards. This is the one that drops the red power, right? And this is the red power. And the red brick is the one that is destroyed by the red power, so... that has to be like bright red. And like dark. Actually, on the other side, I like it more. Look at that. Like that. So this is the red brick. The red power brick is the one that drops the red power up. The red power is the red power up. The red power brick is the one that drops the red power up. Okay, so the red power brick, yes, drops the red power. The red brick gets destroyed by the red power, but it drops just the normal life power. Yep. And the red power brick is going to have like a pretty big drop rate, like 1 in 2, because like you need it to progress. So I don't want you to get cooked out of it for no reason. The red power is going to be a laser. So when the player gets it, it has to get a new laser. So let's say that the left stage is going to be the one with that thing. So here we need to give it like red brick, red brick. Let me add those, please. Come on. Oh, it's because it's the tile set, that's why. There we go. The red brick and the red power brick. Okay, so on the tile map, yeah, we're gonna just design this stage a little bit. So the red bricks are going to be just sort of here, right? Just don't on one side, and very obviously you just kind of can't. Actually, no. Let's make it so that they're like scattered a little bit. So yeah, in that case, let's just start with normal bricks. Like that, right? Then you're gonna have like red bricks sort of here and sort of here, right? So that it feels like you're uncovering them, right? And then the power bricks are going to, no, the other way around. The power bricks are the ones that give you the power. So these should be like plenty, and then these are the ones that you just can't destroy. They're gonna be like, yeah, they're gonna be like sort of scattered, like here, 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 right? Actually, they shouldn't be red bricks. They should be like blue bricks, because they should give you the blue power bricks, because they should give you the blue power, not the red one. But we'll change that later. So okay, so the player is going to have a variable that is going to be at export var is laser. It's going to be a bool, right? And it's going to be that the player, when they are laser, and if they press space, then something's going to happen. So if input point is action pressed action and is laser, then spawn a little laser, right? So then we need to make a little laser. We really don't have enough time to finish this. Oh no, I'm going to fail the challenge. Yeah, we need to add a new node. Going to be an area node. No, character control. No, an area works. This is a little laser. Going to have a sprite and the shape. Shape is going to be a little rectangle, and the sprite is going to be a gradient 2D. And the gradient is just going to be laser like that, and then we're gonna make it like super small, but kind of long. And then this collision shape is going to be like that, like just small and kind of long. And then this is going to be its own scene, its own packed scene. Laser. And what this laser does is, well, first of all, we don't need you here. The player is going to have a reference to that scene, so packed scene, and then create laser, right? Function create laser. If laser, yeah, laser scene is what this is. Laser scene. Just 1 hour. Laser scene. Instantiate. Instantiated laser equals that, and that is a new variable. And instantiated point global position equals the self's global position. Then get 3, get root, add child, instantiated laser. Right, then we need to create that laser like properly. Give you a script. It's called laser. Class name laser, and then function process, and then it should be moving up at a certain speed, right? So add export speed. Then on the process you move like global position point y, not just normal position, we don't need it to make it global position point y equals minus equals, so that it's moving up, minus equals speed times delta. Yeah, and then when it collides with something, it's going to die. So how do the bricks die again? When the bricks receive a hit. Yeah, and they receive a hit when the ball collides with something that is brick, right? Yeah, okay, I can copy some of this. But I don't have to, because I can just do it like with the callback. So the brick is bricks are areas. If area is brick, point if area as break point laser vulnerable, then area as break point receive hit. What do you mean? It could be, because it's a node 2D. It's a static body, that's what it is. Okay, well, that makes it easier then, because then I can just... Not an area entered. It's a body entered. Yeah. Body as break receive hit, and the break receives the hit. Receives the hit. Port variable laser vulnerable. Oh. Is that the variable that we're checking? Laser vulnerable? Yes, okay. So obviously they're all laser vulnerable right now. So let's just go through them all and sort of start. I'm gonna need to organize this a little bit. Powers, bricks, particles, elements. Okay. So ball is an element, ball particle is a particle, boundaries is an element, brick is a brick, laser is an element, life counter is an element. It's not really. Particle is a particle. Player is an element. Player particle is a particle. Power is a power. Red brick is a brick. Red power is a power. Red power brick is a brick. Stage is a stage. Stage left is a stage, and stage right is a stage, and the world is just the world. Right. So let's. So I need to check all the bricks, because I need to make sure that these are all vulnerable to laser, because the one that isn't vulnerable to laser is going to be the blue brick. Laser vulnerable, yes. Laser vulnerable, yes. Laser vulnerable, yes. Laser vulnerable, yes. Okay. Then to make a player. Player. Oh god, I'm not gonna make it. Player. Yeah, when the player gets the power that is the laser, if power name equals laser, then get laser. Get laser. Modulate pulse polar point. laser is laser true, is laser equals true, and then where it's not the GD is the element. Right, laser. This is going to be just 2D gradient texture 2D. Going to be like this. This is going to be like just like a light gray. And then we're gonna have a laser visual here at export variable laser visual laser sprite 2D. Get laser is laser sprite dot show, and then we're gonna make it so that when I press the debug button, I also get a laser. If input is action pressed, debug get laser. Right, so the show doesn't work because I haven't assigned it the laser sprite. So laser sprite here, and the laser scene, I haven't told it what the laser scene is. It's this one. So I press F2, right, and then I move to this scene, right? You see this. If I press space, I died because the ball was over there, but the laser spawned. It's just not moving, and that's probably just because I didn't give it a velocity. Yeah, I give it a speed of 0. Let's make it a speed of 200. Oh my god, we're under an hour. We have under an hour to finish this game. Fuck. I don't think this is happening. I get the laser and then start shooting. Okay, so this is laser vulnerable, first of all. Second of all, the player should spawn lasers only when I press the key, not when it is held. Is action just pressed? And probably the same for the debug, just to avoid unnecessary calls. Okay, the laser needs to despawn when it hits a break, right? Doesn't it? Yeah. So yeah, the laser needs to despawn when it hits a break. A laser on body entered if body is break, receive break, and then you free yourself. So here. Yeah, just because you have a laser, it doesn't suddenly become a freebie. Okay, another thing, the ball needs to not be able to do that. It needs to be completely unable to go under that. So we need something that only collides with the ball that exists on every stage. So on the boundaries, we will put another collision shape here that is going to mimic this one, but it's not going to not move. So here, here, collision shape, copy, paste. Place this one. No, not just the shape, this. Right, and these are permanently closed and have no sprite. They're invisible. And these only collide with the ball. So we're going to need closure in texture material. And then the ceiling needs to be on both layers. The paddle needs to be on both layers, and the bricks need to be on both layers. Both layers. Both layers. Both layers. And the ball needs to only check layer 2. And then the ball needs to only listen to layer 2. Is that it's kind of hard to test because I don't really. I think that was it. I think that was the ball just refusing to go in there, even though. Yeah, okay. And can the player move through that? Yes, okay. Second, the ball needs to not spawn in the center because the ball needs to spawn on whatever screen you happen to be. When you move screen, the ball should just teleport if it exists, right? So yeah, on all of these stages, when you enter this trigger, the stage does a bunch of stuff, right? Enter the stage, and on enter stage, call group camera, change stage self. Yeah, we can use that. Get tree, call group, ball, change stage self, right? And then any balls that exists are going to react to that. So ball function change stage. Frozen equals true. As false. And yeah, and we need to change its position. So the stage itself should have a reference to the ball position. Position marker to be 50 minutes. And then the ball know that position should it should receive it here. So this is stage, which is a type of stage. Stage point ball position, move the ball to that position. So ball position equals stage point ball position by global position, right? And then stage needs to have a reference to that. Also, the camera needs to know. The camera is the one that holds the reference, right? Doesn't it? So the camera. Where's the camera? Ah, get the camera. Elements. Do I really not have the camera saved as a? Yeah, it's part of the world. The camera holds a reference to the stage, so we can ask it, right? Function get current stage, and this stage returns the currently attached stage. And the reason for that is, the reason we're gonna need that is that when we respawn the ball, we need to spawn the right stage. So the ball and the player. Actually, it's probably better if we don't, actually, come to think of it. If the player spawns in the middle, then we're encouraging them better to explore the other stage rather than try to hit their head against the same stage until they just give up. Because it's an impossible stage. Both stages are impossible. The player is supposed to go to one stage, then go to the other one, right? So what we need is for the player to realize them. So it's probably good if they just spawn in the middle one, but we just have to make it so that when that happens, when the player spawns in the middle one, the camera and everything resets to the middle stage. The ball and the player already are resetting there, so no problem there. But the stage needs to be, the camera needs to reset. So what we do is that when the player loses a life, the life manager, life counter, which is now just the game manager, when it spawns the player, it is going to take the camera, it's going to need to find the camera. Get tree, get person outing group, camera, no. Oh wait, we're gonna, like, sure, we could do this programmatically and that would be the best way to do it, but there's a faster way to do this. We just copy one of these enter triggers. We put it like here. Make it like this. The player starts off screen like here and then it moves up. That's the animation, so that's gonna trigger that. Let's make that long just so that to make sure. So let's see if that actually works the way that I expected, right? So if the player goes here, the ball hasn't reappeared. That's an issue. The player dies. That didn't happen. Oh, because the signal isn't called. Yeah, somebody entered. Now, why did the ball not reset? That's the other. No, we don't care about the ball. No, the ball needs to reset when we transition stages, doesn't it? And the player dies. Yep. Yeah, it resets the player to the mill. Good. Okay. So when we transition stages, the ball needs to appear in that place and be happened. How did I try to do that? That didn't work. When you change stage, who calls this? It would appear that nobody ever calls this actually. When these boundaries, when the stage. And ball. Oh, because the ball is not part of a group called ball. Yeah. Okay, so that's easy then. This is gonna fix it. Ball. Yeah, and now the stages need to have a position for that ball to be in that is referenced. Oh, we need a marker. Marker 3. This is the ball start. Stage is going to have a reference to that here. And then this ball start is going to be like around here. And we copy that for the other two stages. So yeah, when you appear here, the ball appears there. And then you can start the stage as proper. Oh no. Yeah, that means that these things are gonna have to be like further in. Like here. So that you don't trigger them by accident, I assume, but people aren't gonna trigger them by accident anyway. Well, you know what? I think it's enough of a... I think this is the kind of unpolished shit that just you're going to get when you do a challenge like this. So I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. Okay, stuff I haven't tried though, I haven't really tried, is whether these are actually dropping the power up that they're supposed to. That was just a misspelling. The ball needs to be a bit slower. Okay, those are dropping the correct power, but however, the red ball should be, the red brick should be invulnerable to the ball. So let's do it like this. And the ball needs to check that. others are ball vulnerable. But that's good. That means that it works. So the red brick is not supposed to be ball vulnerable, but all the others are. So you are ball vulnerable, and you are ball vulnerable. Okay. So another thing, that when the player comes back to life, first of all, let's make the ball a little bit slower because that's very difficult to handle. On only 2 lives, I don't like that. So the slow speed, the fast speed should be, let's say, 300, right? The other thing is that when the player comes back to life, he should have the laser. He should keep the laser, right? Because the idea is that it's a permanent upgrade, because otherwise I just gonna take away, because when the bricks get destroyed, you no longer have a chance to get something from them, right? So ideally what I'll do is a respawning brick that you can get eternally powers from. No time to implement that. So when the player appears again, he should have the laser if he unlocked it. So the life counter should remember, it spawns a player, it should remember those kinds of things. So when it spawns a new player, is laser equals laser unlocked, and then the player, when it unlocks the laser, it should tell that thing. So get laser, life counter, laser unlocked equals true. Then when I die, no laser, huh? Wait, what happened there? Oh, I know what happened there. Yeah. Okay, let's do this. Those trigger the stage. If the current stage is that stage, then do nothing, right? Does this return something? No. Then we're gonna have to use the life counter to store that. This is a mess. I would do this completely different. If I started from the beginning. No, actually I don't need that. Does not equal this one, then only then do all this. I actually didn't need that method at all, did I? I'm noticing something. The player is being pushed by the ball. The player is not being pushed by the ball. The player is reacting to something. And I'm not sure what. Well, you know what? It's not tampering with functionality, and I don't have time to chase bugs like that don't affect things. Let's see. Okay, 35 minutes. Let me take one last little break before the last stretch. Give me 1 second. Oh boy, it's the final stretch. Will they make it? Will they perish? We shall see. Also, I just noticed that the tracking on the model is a lot worse when it's nighttime, even though I have the light pointed at my face. I think there's probably something to do about the angle of light. I'm gonna need to investigate this issue. Because yeah, I stream at night a whole bunch. Okay, let's see. So what are we... Let's see. What are we doing here? All this stuff just sort of works right now. Yeah, all that. You do that. This. You can get that power up from this. Yeah. And get that power up from this. I suppose the one thing that I didn't test is whether the power up actually gives you the power up, right? So let's test that. I'm gonna need to change the debug script such that I don't get the laser. And then let's see. Does that give me the laser? Yes. Okay, good. Okay, so now the only thing that we need is to do the other power up, the blue ones, right? So we're gonna need 2 more bricks that are opposites. Duplicate blue brick, and the duplicate blue power brick. Now the blue brick is going to be this the blue brick, yeah. Close color chat. Fucking shit, I got spooked, man. I got super spooked. Hold on, give me a second. Okay, so what happened is, because of what I said about the tracking messing up, I moved the light from my front to my side, but that meant that every time that I moved, I could see the shadow of my own face out of the corner of my eye, and oh my god, I just could have sworn that I was like a dark, evil person in the corner of my room. Holy shit. Okay. Focus. 89, 97, 82, 39, 97, 82. Now the first thing is that the stage left should have these, should be blue power bricks actually, right? It should be the bricks that give you the blue power. We add those to the tile set. And time up the blue power brick. Right? And these only give you the blue power, so you can't beat that stage, right? Unless you go to the other stage and get them. So then we go to the stage right. Stage right is going to have red power bricks to give you the red power. Normal bricks, just for extra lives and for to fill space, right? Oh. And then blue bricks here that you can't destroy. Right? These are red power bricks, right? Yeah, those are red bricks and blue power bricks. And those are blue bricks and red power bricks. So neither stage lets you destroy it completely. You have to go to the other stage to fish for that power. Now, what should the blue power be? That's kind of the question, right? I don't have time to think very deeply. I think the best way would be that it is like like a super ball, right? Ball that passes through everything, right? So yeah. So yeah, we're gonna have to do that. So then we have to create that power. Power. Red power, we're gonna need to duplicate it. Blue power. Feel like purple D. That's the blue power, right? And what it does is it gives drill. We're gonna call it drill. So then when the player gets drill, it should send a message to the ball and say, hey, you have drill now. So elements player elif power name drill. Get tree, call group. The group is called ball. The method is gonna be called get drill. Then the ball is going to need that method, that get drill. So function get drill, right? And when it gets drill, it has to act exactly like when the player gets laser. So modulate to color blue, change a variable that says it, and we're just gonna have the ball be ball. Where's the ball? Oh, it's here. Actually, let's just copy the thing, right? So let's just copy this, and then we'll eliminate the parts that don't apply. How goes? Kind of passed out before getting to cook just a bit ago. Oh, it's going great, but there's only 22 minutes left. I feel like I can do this, but I'm gonna need to super focus on this. Hope the food was good though. Combat counter drill unlocked equals true, and then we're gonna have to change this variable. Variable is drill true, right? Is drill? No, it's a ball, right? And so what we have to do is make sure that all those connections work. So the life counter is going to need to know how to react to that. So it's going to need to have that variable that says drill unlocked variable, drill unlocked, which is a ball, and at the beginning of the world is going to be false. So drill unlocked false. Then when the drill is unlocked, very importantly, what needs to happen is that it needs to give the drill even on respawns, right? That power up cannot go away unless the player cannot go away. So the life counter is the one that handles the respawn. So instanced ball is drill equals drill unlocked. How does the player retain the visual of the laser though? That's a good question. I don't, maybe we didn't test that because it feels like that is not going to happen. Like, okay, what if the player dies? Comes back, doesn't look like it has a laser, but it's still spawning lasers. Okay, so that's what's happening. Okay, so exactly what I thought. So the life counter is also going to give laser to the player. No, we don't need that. We can just do it on player ready. If is laser on ready, then get laser. And then the player dies, comes back, has laser, or you can see the laser. It always had the laser, but you couldn't see it before. Okay, so blue power, same deal. So the ball is going to need to get the drill, and it's going to need to get the drill if it has it on startup. So if is drill get drill. Right, then the life counter has to make sure that the ball gets the drill before it is spawned if it had it. So counter. Spawn ball is drilled and drill unlocked. Yes, okay. Then the player ball. Okay. So the ball gave that signal to the thing, to the life counter. It set itself its drill as true and it modulates to blue. So what does the drill mean? The drill means that when it hits a break, it just goes through. It doesn't bounce, right? So is break ball vulnerable? Well, if color is break, receive the hit. Then if is drill, then we're going to create a variable here that is deny bounce that is going to start up as false. If it is a drill when it is a break, then deny bounce true. So do not bounce. Deny bounce true. Deny bounce true. Deny bounce equals true. Then, since the bounce has been denied, if not, you only do the next part if the bounce was not denied. Then the other thing that I want to do is right, so that's the power up for the ball. Okay, so does that destroy the blue bricks? It doesn't. Which is what we want, isn't it? No, that should destroy the blue bricks. Well, the ones that it should not destroy is the red ones. But it does destroy those, so that part is good. Does it destroy the red ones? Not destroying the power ones, but it is destroying all of those. Okay. Okay, so the blue power bricks are vulnerable to everything. They're vulnerable to the ball, to the laser. Oh, we need more. Don't making cheese filled sausage, hot dog style, cursed topping of QP magic wicked. You're tempting me. No, I want that. Stop telling me about it. Okay, so we need another variable that is whether they are drill vulnerable. Right. Drill vulnerable. And then drill vulnerable is going to only be called if brick is ball vulnerable. Yeah. If it isn't drill, then you're going to check if it is ball vulnerable and whether we receive it, and then receive the. Otherwise, if it is drill, then what you check is if the brick is drill vulnerable. Drill vulnerable. You know what? Then it receives the hit, and then on top of receiving the hit, it also denies the bounce. So now we need to check all the bricks and make sure that they have the right weakness. So brick, the normal brick, the red power brick, and the blue power brick they are weak to everything. So they're drill vulnerable, ball vulnerable, and laser vulnerable. They just are destroyed by everything. The red brick is only vulnerable to laser, and the blue brick is only vulnerable to drill. So you go here. Those powers over there, they give you the laser should not go through bricks that it doesn't destroy. It should just clink off of them, right? So we need to change that. Laser, 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 laser. Laser, laser. Laser. You know what's frustrating about this? I'm proving that I could have done it before New Year's, but because it wasn't before New Year's, it just kind of still doesn't feel like I'm doing something impressive. This is just stupid. That's a stupid way to think, though. And this is pretty impressive, though, if I just say, like, I don't want to sound full of myself by saying this myself, but, like, I honestly didn't come into this thinking that I would do it. Okay, so let's see. And I'm pretty close, right? Yeah, the laser gets destroyed, it doesn't destroy the thing. Those things, they give you the red power, and the red power... Oh no, because that is the drill. Yeah, that is the drill. Of course, it has the drill, right? I give it to myself as a debug. Right, so that's the red power, right? And with the red power, you can't destroy those. You need the drill, right? In order to get the drill, you need to destroy these guys. Those guys over there. Those will give you the blue power. That's the red power. Okay, so that's a thing to fix. Okay, so the blue power brick has to give you the blue power. The blue power here. Okay, so let's try to do this as if it were progression, even though I'm not going to destroy all the bricks, right? So then the player over here. Don't get the laser, don't get the drill. Just open the doors, right? 10 minutes, man. 10 minutes. Okay. So you play this stage, right? You get a bunch of extra lives from those, whatever. Then you come here. You have those reds, you can't destroy them. Okay, that's a thing that needs to happen. Yes, I just realized that the ball shouldn't go up there. It should go down when you start it up. So when the ball is reset because you changed this, because you changed the stage, then the life counter would have to tell the ball, hey, your angle is down now. No, that doesn't happen there. Okay, so then where does it happen? Put it in the ball. Yeah, here. Direction equals vector 2 point down. Okay, so yeah, this opens, you come here, do this. Those clear bricks are just going to give you lives, that's what the green one is. But then those blue ones are going to give you the blue power up sometimes. The red ones are just indestructible. So the thing that you have to realize is that that drill is not going to help you here, but rather going to help you on the other side, right? I didn't get it. Okay, that's fine. I mean, there's a reason I gave you tons of them anyway. It's by chance, so it is entirely possible that you just don't get any, but it would be so unlucky. Okay, so then I get the drill bolt. The drill bolt does not help with this stage. I mean, you can destroy the bricks more easily, but you still can't destroy the red one. So the thing that the player has to realize is, oh, well, maybe this is going to help somewhere else, right? Like a Metroidvania. So you come here, oh, those bricks are blue. The color matches. Oh, would you look at that? Now they get destroyed. And those other bricks, they give you red power-ups. So you get the red power-up and you're like, maybe this destroys those bricks that I couldn't destroy before, right? Maybe this is the thing. So you go back. You try it. It works. Oh my god, amazing, right? So now you just clear the stage, basically. Now listen, it's not the most depthful or the most fun game, but bro, I made it in 8 hours. Like, holy shit, though. And yes, in order for the doors to open, you have to like clear the first stage. The first stage is just completely straightforward. Like it's supposed to be a bit of a reveal, right? And then, okay, so the only thing that we're missing, and I have 7 minutes to do it, is some sort of win condition. When you clear all 3 stages, the game should acknowledge it, right? I have 7 minutes to do it. I shouldn't be trying to do this. Okay, so okay. We're so close. We're so close. We can make this. We can fucking make this. Okay. So you have the stages. You have these stages, right? The stages know when they're cleared. They don't do anything when they are, but they know it, right? Well, the brick detector knows it. When the stage is cleared, it emits a stage completed signal. That's good because I can use that. So what I can do is to each of these stages, add a control. Add a child node, a control. Right? And this control is going to be just like a big thing that is like about the size of the stage, right? And it's going to have a child node that is a text label. This is going to be like in the middle, like pretty firmly anchored to the middle, and it's going to say clear, right? And it's going to say like in nice big happy font. Upload. It should be the same as the other one. So let's life counter. Take this. Where's the theme? Theme. Oh yeah, because it's on the label. Theme. Edit, clear, mechanics, save as theme, and put it on the root. Save. Right, and then we can use it. We can reuse it then. Then this is going to take that theme, or it's up. Well, actually, this should do it. Theme. Okay, right. And then this is going to just override that a little bit with the color. It's going to be green and semi-transparent. And the font outline is also going to be semi-transparent. It's going to be like this. Font is going to be horizontal line middle, vertical line middle, and the font is going to be font size like bigger, clear, right? Then we're going to have like a color rect. It's going to be like firmly placed in the middle. It's going to be like this size. It's going to be like green, semi-transparent. It's going to be behind this, right? And this is going to be invisible. And so the meme is this is going to appear when this emit stage signal is emitted, this guy is going to appear. So we give it a script, control, yes, create. And when this 3 minutes, oh fuck, that went by quick. No, signal from the stage, right? No, signal from the brick detector. When the stage is completed, you go to the control, to this control, and show, right? That shows it, and then we do the same for the other two stages. Stage left and stage right. Stage right is this, feeded the signal from the brick detector. Control, show, yes. Stage left, paste the thing, feed the signal from the brick detector. Control, brick detector, yes. Show, control, yes. And then the other thing that it's going to do is it's going to call the live counter. Live counter, it's going to say, they need to know the number. They need to know the number of the stage. So at export stage num is a type int. It's got to tell the live counter, hey live counter, the stage with that number has been completed. The live counter points stage complete. Stage number. Then we have to set those numbers. So for you that number is 3. For 3, for you that number is 2, and for you that number is 1. Right? And then when the live counter receives all 3, it is going to be very happy. Boundaries, control, yes, you on brick stage number complete, stage complete, yes, live counter, on stage number complete, number. Oh, for fuck's sake, really 1 minute? Function. This is so little that I have to do. We need 3 booleans that are num1 boolean, num2 boolean, num3 boolean. And when each of these is completed, we figure it. So if number equals 1, num1 equals true. If number equals 2, num2 equals true. Do not panic. When you panic, you get sloppy. Number equals 3, num3, and after each time this happens, you check nums. And when you check the nums function, check the nums. I'm not gonna do this in 30 seconds. Check the nums. If num1 and num2 and num3, then complete the game. And when you complete the game, nothing's gonna happen because I just ran out of time. Okay. So, the answer to the question, can I complete a game in 8 hours, really? Has turned out to be no. But here's the thing. Give me 1 second. Here's the thing. Let me impress upon you just how close that was. Let me impress upon you just how close that was, okay? Because check this out. Timer. Okay. So you see that timer on the top? Let me impress upon you just how close that was. I'm not even gonna do it quickly now, right? So, here we go. Right? Complete game. This should be a signal. No, it shouldn't be a signal. We make it a variable. Export bar game complete screen. It's a type of control. Incomplete screen point show. Then we create this, we copy this and paste it. This should be a green one. Color should be green instead of red. Hue. Color should be green instead of red. Game complete. Congratulations. Time. That's how much more extra time I needed. Now I want to remind you that I took several breaks during all that. I could have done it. Ah, that's frustrating. That's such a small amount of overtime. Well, whatever. It was a self-imposed challenge after all. And hey, maybe I didn't even do it. Maybe I'll playtest this and it turns out that it's something broke and I didn't notice. maybe it doesn't actually work, right? But that's as much time as I needed. It's not a pretty game, it's not a great game, but it's a game. From beginning to end, it has a progression. It just works, and it has a good gimmick. Like honestly, I mean, I don't know if you were here for the next golf clapping, quite nice, amazing effort, eagle for score. Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. Although, okay, I'm just gonna be pedantic about your golf terminology. It's not an eagle. Eagle is -2, isn't it? Like, 2 over par. What it is, it's not a bogey. Wait, is it? Actually, hold on. Hold on, give me a second. Googling golf terminology. Yeah, this is the thing that matters right now. Golf terminology. Birdie, bogey, eagle, par. Course features. Okay, scoring. Birdie is 1 under par. Yeah, it's bogey. 1 over par is bogey. No, bogey is 1 over par. Eagle is 2 under par. No, you get it backwards. There's par, and if you take more than par, then it's bogey, double bogey, triple bogey. And if you take less than par, then it's birdie, eagle, and whatever. I have Google open right now. To be fair, that is the AI overview of Google, which sucks, but it's confirming what I believed, so I trust it. Purely it's confirming my biases, so I won't question it. Okay, hold on. Why are we talking about this? Look, I just finished the game in 6 hours, 8 hours. In 8 hours and a little bit of change. And I think that's worth being proud of. I'm going to be uploading this to itch probably tomorrow. But I'm pretty proud of it. Pretty proud of myself. That was a tiring fucking stream. That was very tiring. But it was also super satisfying. Hey, maybe I should do challenges like this more often, shouldn't I? Thanks for watching. I'm telling you, I could join a game jam and complete 2 games. They would be super bad though. They would be very ugly. Like, realistically, if this were a game jam, I would spend the entire next day making assets, you know? And music, why not? And sound effects. Well, I wouldn't make the sound effects, I would find them, but whatever, you know? Implementing them, all that stuff. Like, there's a lot of stuff missing from this game, but it is a game that I made in 8 hours. So, you know, that's expected. Oh my god. That was fun. That was very fun. That was very fun. Let's see. Nah. Thank you for watching. Maybe I'll do more challenges like this more often in the future. That could definitely be fun. Also, just as a little bit of an announcement, because, well, Nex already knows this because I told him through DMs, but just to have it on record, the next the next game that I'm streaming to fill the slot for Blasphemous, which I completed the other day, is gonna be Metroid, the NES version, mind you. So be ready for that. All right. Thanks for watching me do this. Thanks for watching. Follow me on Twitter. Follow me on Twitter. Follow me on itch. Throw money at my games on itch. I think that a project like, I think that something like this, making a game in 8 hours, I think that's worth a bit of change, to be honest. If anybody's watching this, I don't care if this is like 7 years from now. Go to my itch and throw me $5. Or one, throw me $1. For any of the games, whatever. They all are donate what you like. Give me money. I want money. I want to do this for money. Goodbye. Goodbye.